All right.
Peter is there. He just doesn't have his camera turned on.
What else is new? I mean, we can start, but we are.
Yeah, I think we should start.
We're missing Councillor Nishikawa. We'll report when she arrives.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Boseworth, and I am chair of this planning committee. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. I want to confirm that we have Councillor Edwards, Councillor Mazan, Councillor Burry, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Kent, Councillor McIntyre, Mayor Kelly, Councillor Zavitz. Correct, Chair?
I don't see that.
Oh, sorry. We don't see. So we're missing Nishikawa and Councillor Zavitz. We have with us the township acting clerk and the director of services and environmental sustainability, and there are some other staff members present. The agenda has been made public and emails have been sent in to planning@muskokalakes.ca. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the township website and YouTube channel, and by participating in this open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. I acknowledge that we have had a supplementary agenda that was properly published, and there's a number of delegates who will be presenting as part of that agenda. I will first ask of the members if there are any pecuniary interests. Seeing none, we shall proceed. So our first item on the agenda is planning of concurrent zoning bylaws amendments and consent agreements together. And the first one is B 41/22ML zoning bylaw 44/22 FH developments, and I believe that will be Mr. Sharp. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who it is. Mr. Soya. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr.
Boseworth.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of committee, members of the public. The first applications to be heard this morning are consent application B 41/22ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 44/22 in the name of FH Developments Incorporated. And the subject property is located at 1096 Sandwood Road. I would direct committee's attention to the consent and zoning sketches starting on page 31 of today's agenda package. And the purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The applicant proposes to create one new lot and to rezone portions of both the severed and retained lots. The proposed severed lot has a lot area of 13.6 acres and a lot frontage on Sandwood Road of approximately 1,090 feet. This proposed lot is vacant, forested, and residential development is proposed in the future. The proposed retained lot, as defined in the zoning bylaw, is comprised of two parcels that are separated by Sandwood Road. The parcel to the north of the road has a lot area of 61.8 acres, and the parcel to the south has a lot area of 1.2 acres, with 200 feet of frontage on 3 Mile Lake. And the retained lot contains a dwelling, and a portion of the property is operated as a tent and trailer park. The majority of the property is forested. And the severed lot is currently zoned open space private OS2 and waterfront commercial tent and trailer park WC3. And the zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone the majority of the property to waterfront residential backlot WR2, with the exception of the northerly portion of the property, which is to remain within the open space zone. And the retained lot is currently also zoned open space private OS2 and waterfront commercial tent and trailer park WC3. And a portion of the OS2 lands is intended to be rezoned to WC3. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 28 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 24 submissions have been received to date. All of these comments have been provided to committee in advance of today's meeting. The Township's Development Services Division and the Emergency Services Department had both advised they have no concerns. The Township's Public Works Department advised that conditions of consent should require confirmation by the Public Works Department of the availability of an entrance permit for the severed lot, and staff have included a recommended condition of consent requiring this confirmation. The District of Muskoka has submitted comments advising that they have no concerns, and Bell Canada has provided comments advising they have no concerns. And the remaining 19 submissions were submitted in opposition by the following members of the public, who are all residents of directly neighboring properties or from elsewhere on 3 Mile Lake. These were received from Barbara and Sue Beard, David Harris, John Roberts as president of the 3 Mile Lake Association, Lou Nemofsky, Lynn Thompson, Michelle Letirio, Mimi McDermott, Susan Ball, Kimberly Bonney, Marg and Jack Nixon, Rochelle Thompson, Lindsay Hops, John Hinckley, Michael Bonesteel, Carol Latimer and Jamie Hansen, Ron Richardson, Cindy Williams, Greg Anglin and Kim Anderson. And then a collective letter in opposition has also been submitted by the owners of residents of 19 properties on 3 Mile Lake. Some of these members of the public have also submitted individual comments. This letter is from Kim Miyanishi and Stephen Thorne, Mona Miyanishi, Sandra Chalmers, Elaine, Doug, Brian, and Tom Hudson, and Georgina Henning, Denise and Andy Macarith, Steve and Wendy Langlos, Brittany Langlos and Luke Bloomer, Karen and Kevin Campbell, Ryan Davidson and Aaron Davidson, Heather Narrow, Valeria Merkley, Paula White, Wayne and Heidi Belcourt, Leslie and Roger Chamberlain, Carol Latimer and Jamie Hansen, John, Ann and Gary Lith, Bob and Lorraine Davies, and lastly, Peter and Gia Job. So these submissions have been provided to committee in advance of today's meeting, and I'd be happy to read any of them if requested by committee. In summary, concerns raised in the public submissions include concerns regarding overdevelopment on 3 Mile Lake. Water quality concerns have been at the forefront of concerns, and more specifically, the potential for additional development to result in a decrease in the water quality of a lake that has a history of blue-green algae blooms. Also, concerns were raised about how potential water quality impacts could translate into impacts on property values. Potential increases in activity and use of the lake have been raised as concerns. Potential impacts on privacy and on the natural environment surrounding the lake. Also concerns about a reduction of vegetation on the severed lot due to the proposed residential development, and concerns about potential expansions of the Sandwood Trailer Park on the retained lot, and also concerns about potential future backlot development elsewhere around 3 Mile Lake. I prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration, and staff have recommended approval of the severance application subject to standard conditions of consent, including confirmation that the retained and severed lots can be serviced by individual on-site septic systems to the satisfaction of the township. Also, that cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. And that confirmation be received that an entrance permit is available for an entrance to the severed lot, and that the associated zoning bylaw amendment be approved. Staff have recommended approval of the zoning bylaw amendment subject to a minor amendment to the draft bylaw to decrease the proposed area that is to be rezoned from open space private to waterfront residential backlot. This recommended change would direct development further away from the northern portion of the lot and towards the area where the applicant has indicated an intent to construct a dwelling and an accessory garage, which is located towards the southerly portion of the proposed severed lot. And I have no further comments at this time, but I would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zoya. The applicant's agent, could we have them come on now?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of committee. Marie Poirier from Marie Poirier Planning and Associates, 44 King William Street in Huntsville. And thank you for allowing me to speak this morning with respect to this application. I'd first of all like to thank staff for their pardon me, cooperation and assistance in processing this application. We concur with their recommendation and we concur with any conditions that they have suggested, and as well as the area to be rezoned. I appreciate very much the concerns of the neighbors and that their love and appreciation for the lake. However, I would like to provide you with some information from our perspective with respect to this application to demonstrate to you that there will be no impact on the water quality of the lake or algae. The proposed severed lot is over 13 acres in size. And as Mr. Zoya has pointed out, will be zoned appropriately to keep development away from the lake. The remainder of the property will be vegetated. The property itself is going to be 150 meters from the waterfront of the lake. There's no deeded access proposed to the lake for the use by this property. The proposed severed lot is separated from the lake and the waterfront properties along the lake by Sandwood Road. And this is low density development consistent with the rural landscape and consistent with the provincial policy statement and the ongoing provincial policy to provide areas to build more homes. The proposed severed and retained lot meet all minimum lot requirements. We've got over 1,000 feet of frontage for the severed lot, 2,000 feet of frontage on the retained lot. And as required by the conditions of the severed lot being approved today, we are perfectly prepared to ensure that an entrance permit on that 1,000 feet could be obtained. I thank you for this opportunity to speak and provide you with the assurances that this one proposed lot of 13 acres will have no impact on the water quality of the lake. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poirier. Are there any people who would like to speak in favor of this application? None. Thank you. So can we bring in the first delegate who would like to speak against this application? Now, I remind all the delegates you've got 2 minutes, and please start with your name and address for the clerk so we know who you are. I'm corrected. You've got 5 minutes. Mr. Roberts, please come in.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts. Good if you could turn your camera on. You don't have to, but we would appreciate it if you could.
Bear with me. There we go, I believe. Yes, good morning. My name is John Roberts. I am currently the president of the 3 Mile Lake Association. And as Mr. Zoya suggested or commented, there are concerns from many of the property owners on 3 Mile Lake. I thought it might
Mr. Roberts, before you proceed, could you just on the administrative side provide us with your address, please?
Yes, sorry. Address is 31-1158 Shea Road in Utterson, Ontario, POB 1M0. I thought it might be helpful to take 2 minutes to give a background on what the concerns revolve around, and it's basically water quality. And this is primarily for the new members of the council, because you may not be as familiar as the returning members. But 3 Mile Lake has been the poster child of blue-green algae in Muskoka. Last 10 years, every year we've had a blue-green algae bloom. Last year, for instance, we had 2 of them. Currently, the township has classified 3 Mile Lake as a Category 4 lake, which is lakes with development limits. In other words, the township agrees there's got to be limits put on this. Unfortunately, this does not apply to backlots. So, and that's not our contention today. Water quality. Water quality is not a township, it's not controlled by the township, it's controlled by the district. And the district has proclaimed 3 Mile Lake as an endangered lake due to the past blue-green algae blooms. Just recently, in December, the district completed a causation study on 5 lakes in Muskoka, and one of them being 3 Mile. And the consultant has recommended that 3 Mile be the only lake where further studies should be conducted. We're hopeful that the district approves that, and we're willing to help in any way we possibly can. But that's the background. We have problems on this lake. We're doing whatever we can. Don't know how Ms. Poirier can indicate that she can guarantee that the backlot development will not cause any water quality issues, because we don't know that. It hasn't been proven. We don't know it, but we're concerned that if further backlot development is approved in the future, that we would have a problem. So I just wanted to bring everybody up to date on where we stand as a lake, and that's it. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. Could we have the next delegate? I just am getting some administrative advice. Thank you. So is there anybody else wishing to speak against this? If you could raise your hand so that we could know, and you use the raise your hand button on the screen. Are we seeing any? Very well. So there's no more delegates. All right. So our next step is for committee members to ask questions of both the planner for the township and the planner of the applicant. So committee. Councillor Burry.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I have a question for the applicant's planner. I heard a virtual guarantee that this development will not affect water quality. While I recognize you've got certification in planning, I'd like to know what education and certification you have in water or water quality or atmospheric chemistry or any other applicable piece that might give you some authority to be able to comment on water quality?
Certainly, Councillor Burry, and through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I make that statement on the basis that this is a 13-acre lot, and given the zoning bylaw provisions which would permit development of the lot, at least 12 and a half acres will remain in vegetation, and it's going to be sited such that the vegetation will remain along the roadway. In terms of my certification, my experience, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Studies and Biology. I worked 20 years for the Conservation Authority in Niagara, as well as the Ministry of Natural Resources in Wetlands, Fish Habitat, and Water Quality. And I have been practicing for the last 43 years in those areas, sir.
Do we have other questions from committee members? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, most likely to the township planner, Mr. Soya. And let me bring my questions up. Mr. Soya, Ms. Soja, the no deeded access to water for this lot means no deed. I think it's no deeded access from the severed lot. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. There is, for the severed lot, there is no deeded access to the waterfront. And I believe you'd be referring to the waterfront parcel that's considered a part of the retained lands fronting on 3 Mile Lake. And the existing or the proposed severed lot would not have deeded access to that. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplemental, I just have two other questions.
Go ahead.
On the retained lot, how many trailer sites are currently allowed?
Through Mr. Chair, so the township has a licensing bylaw for tent and trailer parks, and the Sandwood Tent and Trailer Park has a license issued for 16 sites.
Thank you. Then my final question would be, if this is approved, how many they would have to, I guess if you just informed me, they'd have to apply for a change to increase it from 16 to a potential number. Is that correct?
Mr. Sawyer.
If they wanted to expand the trailer park,
yes,
the owner of the trailer park would have to go through a approval process to increase any number of sites.
Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead. Well, if you want to go ahead with your end. There might be
I was just going to point out, because there was a few concerns raised about potential expansion. Currently, how the applicable zoning provisions that apply, because there is where there is two parcels that are separated by a road and used as one commercial entity, the waterfront parcel frontage is defined as the frontage of that lot, and there's restrictions in the zoning bylaw in those cases based on that frontage. So in this case, the waterfront parcel has a frontage of 200 feet, and there is the minimum lot frontage per campsite or trailer site is 10 feet. So therefore, under current zoning provisions, the maximum permitted number of campsites is limited to 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, and hopefully to Mr. Soya. I'm just noting in the report, and I think it's just helpful for me to understand if there's a way to make this more meaningful or strengthen this in our recommendation. The portion of it is noted that if a future severance of the severed lot was applied for with the intention of creating an additional back lot, it would not likely be possible to configure lot lines in a manner that would satisfy the minimum lot frontage requirement of 660 feet. So first of all, I note that the new lot is what, 1,090? Is that correct? So just doing it mathematically, they wouldn't have the appropriate frontage, correct?
Mr. Sawyer?
I'm seeking clarification.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that frontage amount, 1,090 feet, that is correct, but that is the straight line frontage. So sometimes when there's severances, because there's the road that the property fronts on, if it's not a straight road, if there's many bends in that road, there's ways to configure lots so that the resulting lots it's not just dividing that initial straight line frontage by 2. So there is ways to angle the lot lines to potentially have a greater straight line frontage on the resulting lots than just dividing the parent lot by frontage by 2. But that being said, having looked at how that would be configured, it seems unlikely that that's possible to still sever that lot and achieve frontages for another severed lot and another retained lot of 660 feet for each one. And that's where the commentary in the report came from, having looked at how that could be done in the future. And it seems like it would be not quite possible to achieve those minimum frontages. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick supplemental is as to my first comment. Is there an opportunity for us to strengthen the recommendation to try to put in place just that there can't be any further severance, just for committee's understanding, Claire?
I see that Mr. Sharp has turned on his camera, so I believe he would like to maybe comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Mazan, for your question, and good morning, Planning Committee. We have a bylaw in front of us today, and through that bylaw, a restriction could be imposed on a future severance. My only thought is, from a staff standpoint, from a planning standpoint, whenever there's a restriction put on future lot creation, it should be for a reason that is warranted. So, for example, if there's a concern, say on a waterfront lot that's subject to a lot creation proposal, and say the entire frontage is sensitive fish habitat, I have seen in instances where there's been a restriction on the future potential for a further lot creation, on that basis. So, I would just point out that if Planning Committee was considering a future restriction on future lot creation, it would seem to me that perhaps a concern in this instance may be due to a concern about water quality. But I think, as we've pointed out in our report, the policies that would apply to lot creation for lots fronting onto 3 Mile Lake don't apply in this case. So, we may end up with, if that restriction were to be imposed, we may end up in the future with, yet another application to rescind that prohibition and proceed with lot creation. Hopefully that is helpful.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I have a lot of concern about the trailer park portion. And it was interesting, the comment that they would have to apply. We had a situation with a trailer park in the Torrance area, and they were allowed to expand by 50%. And that happened prior to them putting in a new septic system. And for years and years, that septic ran into the lake. That was a big deal. And it was interesting how the process went. So they actually were allowed to expand from one department where the other department didn't necessarily know what was going on. That concerns me. So I'm more concerned about the waterfront lot. I actually feel that likely if they were to bring this forward and try to sever the backlot again, that possibly in the future, that would be given a nod. So but I'm really concerned more about the trailer park portion and things and making that even smaller, I guess. I'm concerned about parking. So for instance, again, my experience with the trailer park here is that now their parking is on the road. They crammed so many trailers in, they took away. So it's interesting if you say, you know, they have to have 10 square feet or whatever that number is. Doesn't really account for.
Councillor Nishikawa, I wonder if we could bring this back as to how that's relevant to the application.
Oh, it's my concerns. I'm sorry if that wasn't relevant enough. I have concerns about what we're doing. I have concerns actually, and I would say that I'm very, I question why the district hasn't spoke on this more. It really surprises me with the amount of issues that 3 Mile has had. There has to be more of an impact that the district could have spoke on, and that's what I was looking for. I'm sorry.
And thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the delegates? Councillor Edwards, sorry, from the councillors.
Thank you very much. Noting that all the neighbors are really concerned, there were 19 letters in that. I would like to see this adjourned till there's a complete causation study done on 3 Mile Lake. And that because everything that comes off the land goes into that lake, whether it's a back lot or a lakefront lot. I would like to see this adjourned till we get that. Plus the applicant could maybe have a meeting with the ones who are actually objecting to it. So I would like to see it adjourned. Thank you.
Committee, any other comments, any other feelings about that point raised by Councillor Edwards? Any other questions from Councillor? Councillor Roberts.
There we go. Thank you, Chair, and through you. Considering Councillor Edwards' proposal, we know that this lake, the specific lake, has had significant blue-green algae concerns. Also, given the comment from my fellow councillor Ruth Nishikawa, I think the district needs to actually consider this backlot creation a little deeper. So I think that because of this specific lake, it's as we all know, we've heard concerns for years. I think this should be deferred, and we get a little more information on what the district feels. They are in charge of water quality. We're not. We do understand that the causation study has been published by the district consultants. I did learn this morning, and I apologize for not reading the causation study, that all 5 lakes that were studied, 3 Mile was identified as one that needs further study. So further study would possibly mean let's get off the waterfront and let's look back in deeper than just the first few hundred feet. So I support the idea of a deferral. Thank you.
Councillor Burry.
I too support the concept of a deferral. That we just don't we don't know enough, and blue-green algae is not great. It means it affects everybody on the lake. They can't drink the water. It is a big deal. And again, I'd like to see it referred back to the district to make sure that the district, really was thoughtful on it, and it just didn't get the rubber stamp along the way.
Any other comments from councillors from the committee? Mr. Sharp, Mr. Roberts, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak a second or third time. I think that we need more information from the district, but more than that, I think we should have the district present to us their findings rather than just a brief letter, we're okay. Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you to staff. Could you please clarify for me again what district's position was on this?
Go ahead, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bosenworth. I did, well, the comments received from district staff state that they have no concerns with the application. And I did speak with district staff prior or as part of this review of the application. And they explained that that there is enhanced protection policies that do apply to 3 Mile Lake. And these are applied to the waterfront, the properties that are fronting on the lake itself. There is instances where they could be applied to backlots, where backlots may be directly in very close proximity within that ribbon of vegetation along the waterfront, where it may make sense to subject a backlot to the same policies. In this case, given the distance of the severed lot and the type of development that is proposed on it, there was no concern expressed by district staff, and the enhanced protection policies, it was deemed by them would not apply in this case. But that being said, I mean, I'm happy to follow up once more with them and or ask them to provide something else in writing. Thank you.
May I have the supplemental?
Absolutely.
So I think I'm trying to pick up on the comments that Mr. Roberts, the delegate, not Mr. Roberts, my colleague, had noted, just that the backlots are separate from what there's the freeze on development on the waterfront. And I think I just heard from Mr. Soya that in some cases backlots can be considered and frozen. I just wonder, the rationale, and I'm not questioning our staff. I think the questions actually become more about the district from what I'm picking up on my colleagues' comments. Like, how does one determine which backlot is permissible and which is not, and has a direct impact on the water quality on a lake that is currently going through all these causation studies and is deemed probably the biggest priority for blue algae. So I think supporting the comments of some of my colleagues, understanding perhaps the rationale as to why this backlot would be okay, but perhaps another wouldn't be, could be helpful. So I see and I'm not asking, I see Mr. Sharp's hands up, and so I suspect he might be trying to help me with this as well.
Mr. Sharp, if you could jump in here.
You, Mr. Chair. I would note that it's not just the district that has policies with respect to protection of water quality, specifically on 3 Mile Lake, but it's also our own official plan that also contains those policies. And I would say that, we've made a judgment, an interpretation of those policies that in this case, they don't apply, largely because of the separation of the lot from the shoreline of 3 Mile Lake. The size of the lot, it's heavily forested. It's separated from the lake by a municipal road. The intended development envelope that the applicant's agent has indicated on a sketch is well in excess of, I believe, 500 feet from the shoreline of 3 Mile Lake. So those are some considerations that we've taken into account, as well as the district's own comments with respect to that they don't feel that their own policies with respect to lot creation on 3 Mile Lake and the enhanced protection policies apply in this particular instance. We can certainly defer the application if that is the will of committee to receive further correspondence from the district. But what I would point out, and perhaps something that committee may wish to consider, in this case, there is a consent application that is in front of us in addition to the zoning bylaw amendment application. And under the Planning Act, specifically Section 51, subsection 26, there's the ability to impose a requirement for what's called a consent agreement. And that agreement would be registered on title. And there are specific enhanced protection policies that speak to such considerations as a site-specific soils investigation on a lot to determine the best location for a septic system on a property. And further to that, the use of specific soils that have a specific ability to attenuate phosphorus to ensure that it binds to the soil and doesn't end up in our sensitive water bodies. So, and there's also a requirement for monitoring over time. So, those considerations, if committee was considering approval of the applications, a condition could be imposed to require a consent agreement, and for those requirements to be included as provisions to that agreement, wherein the owner would agree to implement those requirements. So again, I would just, note that for committee's consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to staff. Do we know if this road is paved or not?
Do you know the answer to that?
I believe that portions of it maybe, but I was there in the winter while there was quite some snow. Believe that the portions fronting on this severed lot are not paved. Just looking back at my photos to maybe confirm.
Thank you. Where I'm going with this is that if it is a paved road, I have more concerns about that runoff. It just feels like I should have more information.
Right, let me submit.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if it's just a hard packed kind of recycled asphalt. Parts of it do look paved, but not exactly sure how it has been topped currently. But I'm looking at some other photos. Maybe I can loop back in a few seconds here.
While we're waiting, maybe I could just get a straw poll from committee about whether we think this should be deferred, or alternately, we could put the conditions, some of the conditions in suggested by Mr. Sharp. So let's go on the first one. Anybody thinking this should be deferred? Straw poll, please. 3, 4. Could we do it again, please? So we've got how many?
Let's see, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right. So we would like it deferred, and then on the second one, I guess as part of the deferral, we should have consideration about whether we want conditions. So do we want to consider having the conditions put on it? Before we ask that, Councillor Edwards, why don't you make your comments?
Yes, thank you very much. I also would like, because this is a change, and that the existing septic systems be checked, and if they need to be brought up to standards, because we've got 15 trailers doing that septic should be done. I do have concerns about changing some of the open space as well, because open space is open space. So I wouldn't change some of that. So there are issues with it, but and I would like to see the results of the causation study and that as well. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm struggling a little bit, in all honesty, not with the application as much as our response, and I'm confused by our response because I don't know if our concern is with the portion of this application that would result in a 13 or whatever it is, 12-acre lot with a single dwelling on it that is behind a road and has no access to the waterfront, or if we're concerned, and Councillor Edwards maybe just touched on this, concerned about the rezoning of open space to additional trailer park. Those are two separate issues in my mind and deserve two separate thoughts and considerations. I actually, having spent some time over the last couple of days preparing for this meeting, thought this would be the least contentious application that came in, and I'm just not sure I understand what we're deferring for. What are we hoping to achieve during the deferral? We've heard, I think, from our professional planning team recommending approval. We've heard no pushback from any of the other professionals at district or elsewhere who deal with these things regularly. I personally don't have a concern about severing the back lot. If there is an issue, I would focus, I don't have it, but if there was an issue, I would focus on the the potential expansion of the area zoned for trailer park and understand that better, and perhaps let that be a cause for an investigation into the septic system on that side of the road. I'm just trying, I think Councilor Nishikawa hit a couple of good issues in terms of our history with other similar commercial enterprises, trailer parks. We have to do better, but I'm not sure how that impacts what's going on the other side of the road with the zoning application, or with the severance application. and frankly, I'm lost as to what we're hoping to achieve with the deferral. I think at the very least, we owe it to our planning group to know when we hang up on this one, so that, to know that they know specifically what we want to hear before we come back to address this. And I frankly have no idea what we want to hear from them. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, I see your hand is up. If you could comment.
Through you, Chair, and in response to the mayor's comments, I just thought that perhaps I could add a bit of clarity. There is a condition of consent requiring that it be confirmed by one of our building inspectors that the severed lot has sufficient area for a private on-site sewage disposal system, which, given the size of the lot, I would expect there won't be any concerns. And as part of that, the condition also requires that the inspector confirm that there's no issues with respect to servicing on the retained lot. So that is a condition of consent that has already been recommended by staff. So I would just clarify that. The other consideration is with respect to development rights on the retained lot containing the tent and trailer park. As Mr. Soya has noted, the amount of campsites that's permitted on the lot is limited by the frontage of the waterfront parcel, and one could actually argue that the reduction in lot area associated with the lands could be an overall reduction in development rights relating to that property as a result of the severance. And finally, with respect to the partial rezoning of the OS2 portion of the tent and trailer park, this is largely related to staff's interpretation of the township's official plan and considerations related to downzoning of employment lands. So the severed lot will be partially rezoned from WC3 tent and trailer park to waterfront residential, and to compensate for that loss of employment lands through the severance, considerations have been given to a rezoning of an equivalent area of the retained lot from OS2 to WC3. certainly, staff has recommended that again to address a conformity issue with the official plan with respect to downzoning of employment lands, but it's not something that planning committee necessarily has to recommend. So that part of the proposal could be removed, and those lands could just be maintained in OS2 zoning. So again, just further considerations to assist in your discussions. Thank you.
Council, let me, we're frankly well into debate on this. So let me, at this point, read the resolution so we can properly continue the debate on this. I think we've gathered all the information we have. Mr. Pink has a point here.
Thank you. Through you, I guess, just before you read the resolution, the clerk, I look to maybe the clerk, but once the resolution is read, I do not believe you can any longer defer the decision, and it appears some on council wish to defer. So you may want to resolve that debate first before reading the question.
We're just having a discussion here on procedural rules. We want to ensure that we can defer it after I read the resolution. There was some concern we may not be able to defer it. So we'll just have the clerk check that. All right, so out of caution, we will not read it. So next up, I think, was Mr. Roberts, and maybe this will make this your last comment. And you need to unmute.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm just going to thank you, Mayor Kelly, for bringing up your concern. The only reason I thought this was a slam dunk one as well. But then when I heard the causation results, that 5 causation studies were done, took 2 years to do, and a red flag was put on 3 Mile Lake. So that's why I think we need a little more information on why the district elected to say more studies on 3 Mile Lake. And maybe they're thinking now that they've got to reach back in past the waterfront properties. That's my reason for asking for a deferral.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, and I appreciate you giving us this opportunity, because I, like the mayor, was wanting to be sure we are clear on why we would be deferring, just for the applicant's benefit as well. I did want to comment to staff that, and now I guess I'm getting into opinion, but I do like the idea of adding the consent agreement conditions that they talk to. I think those are new considerations in our passing of the past official plan, is having those soils, etc. But beyond that, I think what Councillor Roberts has just said, our job is to come in here and you want to talk to the exact, recommendation that staff have and the planning application before us. The thing that's unique about 3 Mile Lake is this causation study and its importance and its relevance. And I think we just owe it to our community to make sure we understand the red flag that Councillor Roberts just said. So specific to the deferral, I support what Councillor Roberts' recommendation is. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. The reason I asked for a deferral is this may be a good application. I didn't want to see it turned down outright, which I would have at that time. Having other studies, I would like definitely the septic system on the trailer park checked before anything happens. And I am still concerned about taking open space and changing it. So that's why I had asked for a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Ms. Boyer, I'm afraid we are into debate now, and so beyond any chance for you to have a rebuttal, unless the committee would like that.
Yeah, I wasn't going to rebut Mr. Chair. I was just going to hopefully provide some helpful assistance.
Then go ahead.
Having heard everyone's concerns and council and the public, I would concur that a deferral is appropriate if committee so desires. And I believe that between me and the planning staff, we can come up with some planning tools that will satisfy your concerns, such as perhaps restricting any use of a trailer park on the newly created WC zone, the development agreement, etc. So I just wanted to let you know that we're willing to work with you and staff and the neighbors if that's how you decide to proceed. And I hope that was helpful.
Ms. Poirier, thank you very much. Let me have one more final straw vote. We've got an offer from the applicant very kindly postponing this straw vote that we postpone. Very well. Okay, I think we will just postpone this one and come back as soon as we can at the next meeting. Thank you for that. The next case is B43/22/ML ZBA 48/22 bylaw 2022-168 Dunford. And this is Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and good morning, members of committee. The next applications to be heard are concurrent consent application B43/22ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 48/22ML, bylaw 2022-168 in the name of Dunford. The subject property is known municipally as 1111 Chenemere Road, Unit 2. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 87 of the agenda package. The purpose of these concurrent applications is to create one new lot, grant a right-of-way over the severed lot to the retained lot, permit a reduced side yard setback for a dock and two-story boathouse, permit an upper story of a two-story boathouse to be over width, require an increased side yard setback for shoreline structures, and to prohibit shoreline structures in specific locations. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 29 days in advance, and 7 submissions have been received to date. The following comments were received and have been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, and Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, both stating that they have no objection to the application. Comments have been received from Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, stating that the private road has not been reviewed by Public Works, and road access for emergency services may be limited and or unavailable via the proposed road access. Additionally, the existing civic address for this lot may require changes. If required, address changes should be completed at no cost to the township and to the satisfaction of the township's Public Works Department. Comments have been received from the District Municipality of Muskoka stating that they have no objection to the application. A letter of objection was received from Steve Bird on behalf of the Bird, Nashman, Chaffee, and Skelding families, stating that these families make up 100% of the neighbors to the Dunford family, and that a more descriptive letter of objection will be forthcoming. Following this correspondence, a letter of objection was received from Peter Gross from Gowling WLG on behalf of Darcy Bird, Beatrice Chaffee, Mark Nashman, and Neil Skelding, each of whom are area neighbors to the subject property. This letter can be summarized as follows. The letter requests that a decision regarding these applications be deferred and that a secondary public meeting be held at a future date prior to committee making a decision. The individuals listed above are concerned that the applications are not in conformity with the township's official plan and do not represent good planning. The main concerns of these individuals are that each lot containing a dwelling must have a sewage disposal system on the same lot. Further, it appears that the proposed severed lot may not have a sufficient building envelope due to the presence and location of the filled area. The neighbors are also concerned that the site plan and consent sketch is not an accurate depiction of the subject property, as it does not include all existing structures and is not to scale, making it difficult to conduct a meaningful review of the planning applications. Finally, while notice of the planning applications was in accordance with the Planning Act and its regulations, the area neighbors planning consultant has not had sufficient time to conduct a thorough review of the planning merits in light of the holiday season. Following circulation of comments to committee, a submission was received this morning. Due to the timing of this submission, I have not had the chance to summarize the comment and will now read it in full. All right, so this letter was addressed to Mr. Bryce Sharp, Manager of Planning, and it says, we are writing to you to express our concern and opposition to the proposed Muskoka Lakes consent, B4322 ML, bylaw 2022-168 and zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 4822 Dunford. As we understand from the notice provided by mail to Hilda Coker, a consent severance application has been submitted by Mr. Dunford to sever his existing lot, creating one additional lot on the shore of Lake Rosso. We further understand that the severed lot is proposed to have 300 feet of frontage, which requires a zoning bylaw amendment for 3 exemptions as follows. Reduce the minimum required setback of 30 feet from a side lot line projection for a dock to 1 foot. Reduce the minimum required setback of 45 feet from a side lot line projection for a 2-story boathouse to 12.5 feet. And increase the maximum permitted 2nd-story width of a 2-story boathouse on a Category 1 lake from 42.6 feet to the existing width of 52 feet. Upon close examination of the severance sketch, it seems that the most northern boundary of the severed lot was created to ensure that the severed lot can have exactly 300 feet of frontage. It also seems that the most northern edge of the severed lot was created to allow for a projected lot line that would keep the existing boathouse on the retained lot and outside of the projected lot line. The severance sketch shows that if a person stood on the most southern corner of the existing boathouse, although 1 foot from the projected severed lot line, that person would be looking into the severed lot and potentially interacting in close proximity to the owners of the severed lot. We understand that the reason for a 30-foot setback from a projected lot line is to mitigate neighbor interactions, leaving a buffer from adjacent land uses. A 1-foot setback in this case seems unreasonably small, and we believe the application for consent as it is presented should be denied. Similarly, the severance sketch also provides evidence that a 12.5-foot setback for the boathouse from the projected lot line, in this case, because of the angle and location of the boathouse, it is unreasonably close to the severed lot, and we believe the application for consent as it is presented should be denied. The application notes that the severed lot will be vacant, other than the existing sewage disposal system, and no development is proposed at this time. Although no development is proposed at this time, the township must assume that the lot will be sold in the future and development will occur. As noted above, zoning bylaws are put in place to mitigate neighbor interactions. An eventual new owner of the severed lot may want to enjoy all of their property, and we believe having the existing boathouse located where it is proposed is not appropriate. We understand that a severed lot with 300 feet of frontage would allow the landowner to construct a 2-story boathouse on the severed lot, and any smaller amount of frontage would then not allow a 2-story boathouse. As an additional comment, we believe that the proponent also owns lands to the west on the other side of the retained lot and has in the past constructed a boathouse. Presently, we believe that that structure does not comply with the definition of a boathouse in the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-14. We are not opposed to a severance of the property with a smaller frontage that would comply with all zoning bylaw setbacks, but we are opposed to this consent application as it is presented. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments in opposition. Respectfully submitted, Hilda Coker, Kelly Coker, Jamie Nairn, and Lisa Cunningham. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the application be approved subject to the following conditions. That a satisfactory registrable description deed of the severed lot, together with any required right-of-ways or easements, be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the retained and severed lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created lot, severed lot, or the entire lands, whichever is less. that zoning exemptions be approved to permit reduced side yard setbacks for a dock and two-story boathouse on the retained lot, to permit the upper story of a two-story boathouse on the retained lot to be over width, to require increased side yard setbacks for shoreline structures on the severed lot, and to prohibit shoreline structures in specific locations on the severed lot, and that the dimensions of the boathouse on the retained lot and the setback of existing structures on the severed lot to the proposed lot line be confirmed by an Ontario land surveyor, and any non-compliance with zoning provisions as a result of the proposed consent be addressed to the satisfaction of the township if necessary. This last condition is to ensure that the dimensions of the boathouse as indicated on the site plan are accurate, and to verify that no further exemptions would be necessary to recognize this structure. Further, this condition is recommended to ensure that the buildings observed on the severed lot that were not indicated on the consent sketch comply with necessary setbacks from the newly created lot line, and that any non-compliance be addressed to the satisfaction of the township. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder. The applicant's agent, I believe, is Mr. Allen, and I see him on, so please go ahead, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bosensworth. Good morning, Planning Committee. For those I haven't met, it's nice to meet you. I hope you've had a great new year, and I look forward to working with you for the next 4 years. I am representing Stan and Eva Dunford. My mailing address is 104 Kimberley Ave, P1L1Z8, Bracebridge, Ontario. I have a presentation that I'd like to share to the committee. I think this application specifically lends itself to some visuals. That could be queued up. Thank you. The subject property is located on Lake Rosso at 1111 Chenemere Road, unit number 2. Next slide, please. Port Carling is to the west, Brackenridge Road to the south. Next slide, please. The proposed development in front of you today has 2 components. One is to create a new lot that includes a grant of a right-of-way, as well as a zoning bylaw amendment that deals with 4 particular components, and those were summarized by Ms. Crowder quite well. Recognize the setbacks of the existing dock and boathouse from the new lot line, require increased setbacks of docks and boathouse from the severed lot line on the new lot, prohibit docks and boathouses on parts of the severed lot, and to recognize the existing 2-story boathouse width. The Dunfords are planning to be the future owners of this lot. They do have plans for construction in the future, but those plans are to be determined at this time. Next slide, please. This is the severance plan. There is approximately almost 4.5 acres of lot area and almost 600 feet of frontage. The retained lot has over 300 feet of frontage and more than 2 acres of lot area. The severed lot has 300 feet of frontage and slightly more than 2 acres of lot area. I would note that there is, this lot is kind of unique in its configuration. The survey has revealed that there is a small portion of the neighboring lot, unit number 1, 1111 Chenemere Road. It's highlighted in blue, and that breaks the frontage into 2 separate components. If the frontage measurement was taken from the furthest portion of the Dunford's property, there'd be well over 360 feet of frontage. And I provided some enlargements of the area around the existing boathouse to provide some greater detail how we're accommodating the setback from the new proposed lot line. And you can see in yellow, there's a proposed right-of-way over the existing driveway. I have traveled down that driveway and I didn't experience any access problems, and the Dunfords frequently have contractors and trades bringing large trucks. We don't envision access being an issue. There's an existing septic system that services the current dwelling that's located, will be located on the severed lot. Therefore, a new septic system will be required to be created on the retained lot. And there are 2 locations possible for those septic systems on either side of the driveway. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw requires 300 feet of frontage and 1.5 acres. Both the severed and retained lots exceed that amount. The official plan, 300 feet and 1 acre of minimum lot size. We exceed that amount. The district plan, 200 feet of frontage and 1 acre of minimum lot size for new lots. This proposal exceeds that amount. I would note that the proposed lot sizes comply with both the official plans and zoning bylaw, can be adequately accessed and serviced. Next slide, please. The second component of this application is a zoning bylaw amendment, and it includes 4 specific exemptions to the bylaw. One is to permit reduced setbacks of the existing dock and boathouse from the new lot line on the retained lot. 2 is to require increased dock and boathouse side yard setbacks on the new lot. This is to account for specifically the significant reductions for the existing boathouse. Because of the change in lot frontage, the existing compliant 2-story boathouse width on the retained lot will become non-compliant. So this exemption recognizes that component. As well, we recognize that we have a uniquely configured property, and
Mr. Brown, you have a minute left. So
thank you. Next slide, please. To demonstrate the setback issue that we're dealing with, we have reduced setbacks from the new lot line projection on the retained lot and increased setbacks, side yard setbacks on the other lot, the severed lot. And the effect of that is 110 feet of separation distance for a boathouse and over 75 feet of separation distance for a dock. The zoning bylaw would require 45 feet of separation distance on either side of the lot line for a total of 90 feet. For a 2-story boathouse and 60 feet for a dock. So we've achieved a greater amount of setback that would normally be required. And because of the angle of the lot line projection, the zoning setbacks aren't quite the same as the linear setbacks that I've highlighted. Next slide, please. These are the equivalent dock and boathouse envelopes that will result from the setbacks, and there's portions of the shoreline that are highlighted in black that docks and boathouses will be prohibited. And this is to ensure that the neighbors to the inside of the bay are protected from the development. Next slide, please. There's some photos of the property. We'll move through very quickly. I know I'm running out of time. Next slide, please. The existing boathouse. Next slide. That's the existing water tower. The new severed lot will be to the right. Next slide, please. This is the location that shows some level area where a proposed building envelope for a dwelling would be located. Next slide. Similarly, some level land located adjacent to the driveway for a building envelope. Next slide, please. This is the neighboring boathouse at unit number 11111 Shenmere. Next slide, please. I provided some planning opinion as I was making my way through the slides. I would note specifically that we're fully compliant with the requirements of the official plan and zoning bylaw in terms of lot area and frontage. The lots can be serviced and accessed.
Mr. Ryan?
Yes.
I think you're well over your minutes.
Okay, if we can move to the next slide, that's the last one. In my professional opinion, I believe that the proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment conforms with the official plan, represents good planning, and is consistent with the provincial policy statement. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and sorry if I've run a little bit long.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Are there anybody who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anybody who would like to speak against this application? And if they are, could you please raise your hand? The electronic hand, that is. Seeing none. Oh, hold on. Ms. Poirier.
Mr. Chair and committee members, again, Marie Poirier Planning and Associates, 44 King William Street in Huntsville. I am here to support the letter that was submitted by Gowlings and Mr. Peter Boyle on behalf of the residents of the Bay. We represent several, if not all of the residents in the Bay that have some concerns with this application. And we're respectfully requesting a deferral of this application at this time, a decision on it, in order to have some further discussions with staff and with the agent for the applicant. I was able to speak with the agent for the applicant yesterday. He ran through the application with me and answered some of my questions. However, there remain a number of planning issues that continue to concern my clients. And that is the projected lot line in order to get 300 feet of frontage to have a 2-story boathouse, in addition to what will now be an oversized 2-story boathouse on the retained lot. They're concerned about increased activity in the bay, and they're concerned about the impacts on their property and their enjoyment of the water and the waterfront. Albeit there's a separation distance between the 2 boathouses. In my view, in my opinion, at this point in time, it's not satisfactory to address the concerns of the neighbors in the bay. And that is why we would really request a deferral in order to provide us time. We really want to work with the applicant and staff to try and make this palatable and to have something that will result in good planning for everyone. So I won't take up any much of your time. I know the last one was a long one too, because we had neighbors that had some concerns. So I'll leave you with that request respectfully, and I hope that you provide us with an opportunity and time to speak with the other planners on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poirier. Are there any other people wishing to speak against this proposal? And if so, could you put up your electronic hand? Seeing none. We've had in favor, we've had in nothing. All right, so let me turn it over to committee members for questions to both the agent and Mr. Soya. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. My question is really more a comment, and it reflects on one of the things that somebody had said earlier, which is the original applicant, originally went and had a nice large 600-foot frontage lot, made an application to build a large cottage and a very substantial boathouse, built it based upon a 600-foot frontage and a large acreage allowable. The minute the house is done, then they go and they sever it. They apply for a severance to a much smaller sized piece of property, with the retained lot remaining much smaller sized piece of property. My concern is that then you're left with a situation where what they originally built would never have been allowed, or a lot of it, particularly the oversized 2-story boathouse. And I'm not sure about the details of the original cottage, but this is the kind of activity, and whether it would be intentional or not intentional, that does create overbuilding on the lake. And my concern is that what's left on the retained lot is too much. And then we're having to make adjustments on the new severed portion to accommodate the process. I'm not sure if I was clear enough in my comment, but it concerns me going forward that we set a precedent for, let's do it the first time. Once completed, let's make the severance for an additional property, which creates overbuilding.
Councillor Kent, let's just save that opinion for a little bit later. But at this point, let's just keep.
Well, can I ask one question then?
That's the point.
What would not have been allowed? Okay, what would not have been allowed on the original property if the property had only been 300 feet? Obviously, the size of the boathouse and the location of the boathouse. What else for our planning staff?
Ms. Crowder, would you be able to answer that question? Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair, through you. To answer your question, essentially it's the exemptions that are in front of you today. So whenever there's an application made to create a new lot, the effect of that lot creation cannot cause any bylaw contraventions on the remaining or retained lands. So in this case, the second story portion of the boathouse, for example, it complies on the lot as it exists today. However, because the second story width is based on a calculation of the straight line frontage, which is being reduced by way of the severance, the reduction in frontage causes the second story to be over width, and hence there's an exemption that's being applied for. Similarly, in order to achieve the 300 feet of frontage on the severed lot, there's deficient side yards relating to the dock and boathouse. But in regard to other considerations, such as lot coverage, the retained lot complies with all of those other zoning bylaw provisions. Otherwise, there would be exemptions included in the bylaw that's in front of you today to address those matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Do we have questions, other questions from the councillors? Seeing none, let me read the bylaw, and then we will go into into debate. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the consent application B4322ML Dunford. Yep. Oh, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. There was a request for a deferral. Are we going to consider that?
Oh, thank you very much. And I guess, thank you for that, Councillor Robert.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I too was very interested. What we have currently here in front of us are two, what I call very respected planners from the area. They've presented many times, and they are conflicting. One stating that this is good planning, and the second stating that maybe good planning could be improved. So I'm for a deferral on this for that reason. It's and as also the Ms. Poitier was saying is that there's some questions, and she's willing to work and gain an appreciation and an understanding for all neighbors in the area. So I'm in favor of deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. My apologies for missing that point. Councillor Burry.
I'm also in favor of a deferral. I always think that when neighbors can agree on what they want to do, that forms the best part of planning. Neighbors do have to get along. These are expensive properties, and if we can get a resolution through neighborly communication, I think that's far better than us being arbitrary one way or another over what I would deem to be both saying good planning, maybe not.
Any other comments from committee? Straw poll on deferral then? Seeing a majority, I think that's a deferred. Do we need a motion for that? No. All right, so that one is deferred. Thank you very much. We are now moving into zoning bylaw amendment applications. One is ZBA 4522 bylaw 2022-157. Councillor Mazin.
Just a request, wondering if we could take a 10 to 15 minute break.
Oh, it is that time, yes.
Is that, would that satisfy the chair?
I think, yeah, that's a good time. Sorry, I didn't realize the time was gone by. We will break for, let's say, is 10 minutes good enough? So come back at 25 to 11. right, everyone, we are back. If everybody could, do we turn your cameras on? So we know who's here. 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. Very well, we have quorum.
Sir.
So the next case is zoning bylaw 45/22 bylaw 2022-157 Canadian National Railway, and it is Mr. Soya who will be presenting to us.
Thank you, Chair Bosemuth. Next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4522 in the name of Canadian National Railways. The subject lands do not have a municipal address assigned, but are located within a community of Torrance with road frontage on Torrance Road. And I would direct committee's attention to the sketches starting on page 109 of today's agenda package. In June of last year, the Committee of Adjustment granted provisional approval of consent application B116-21ML, which is an application also in the name of Canadian National Railways. And the purpose of the consent application is to sever one additional lot. Due to the proximity of the severed lot to the abutting rail corridor and in the absence of noise and vibration studies, the Committee of Adjustment imposed a condition of consent requiring the approval of a zoning bylaw amendment to prohibit habitable development on the severed lot. And therefore, the purpose and effect of today's application is to fulfill this condition by prohibiting habitable buildings and structures on the severed lot and permitting only a single-story storage garage as the main use and building. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 30 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 4 submissions have been received. The District of Muskoka, the Township's Development Services Division, the Public Works Department, and the Emergency Services Department have all advised that they have no objections, and there have not been any submissions received from members of the public. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration and have recommended approval of the application. And I have no further comments at this time, but would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soya. Is the applicant's agent present to present? Mr. Warren? Go ahead, name, address, and 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mark Warren. My mailing address is 105 McPherson Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M5R1W7. Well, I have been declared the agent from CN on this. I am actually the purchaser of the property. So I'm not an agent by trade, but I would like to let you all know that I've been working with the planning committee and with a few members of the community for the better part of 2 years now to execute on this. And I've been a community member in Torrance for at least a 3-season community member in Torrance for a better part of 40 years now. This is one of the first steps in my ultimate goal to become a full-time resident of Muskoka. So which should take place in a couple of years. I'll let you guys decide on the planning by yourself, but I just want to let you know that I am here to answer any questions, and I have certainly taken into account the community when putting forward these drawings, and appreciate everything else. And obviously, I'm supportive of the planning community.
Mr. Warren, just to be clear, are you representing the owner of the property?
I am legally representing the owner of the property according to the files, and I am the purchaser of the property.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the line to or wants to speak in support of this application? And is there anybody, if there's anybody who would like to speak into the application, could you please raise your hands? Electronic hand. There are none, so questions to the committee, to the applicant. Mr. Warren, please. Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. My question through you to staff, primarily Public Works. Just because of other additional planning that we're trying to do in Torrance, primarily about sidewalk issues. Is there any concern about this also being across from the community center? If we are able to achieve, do we have any concerns about the driveway status and things when it comes to creating a sidewalk?
Mr. Soya, would you be able to answer that question?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware of any sidewalk plans there, but the location of the garage would meet setback requirements. And Public Works has not identified any concerns with the proposal, but there is a condition as part of the consent that requires a entrance permit to be obtained through the Public Works Department. Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I guess my only thought as I look at the one of the drawings here that and speaking of the access is really in close proximity to Kidd Street, obviously right across the road from the community center. And I'm just wondering if at those times when the community center is in use to the owner, that current proposed location may be a little bit onerous in terms of traffic or burden on that particular spot. What about consideration of moving that access further down towards 169 within the proximity to that property? Is that, and I'm not, it's not a hard stop on that. I just for your, for your use piece, there might be some times on Thursday nights and Saturday afternoons where it might be a busy spot. Thank you.
Mr. Warren.
Through you, sir. Thank you, Councillor Zavitz. I have, again, full willingness to work with the community. I have no issues where the driveway actually goes. I just sort of put it there because I figured it was closer to the CN lot, and so an entrance was already there. I thought maybe two close together would be fine, but I have no issues. And secondly, I just want to mention that my actual use of this property is intended to be extremely limited as well. Chances of me being there one Thursday night in a year is quite low. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warren. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, let me read the resolution. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4522 bylaw 2022-157 Canadian National Railroads be approved. All those in favor? Councillor Nishikawa. Councillor Nishikawa, could you?
I think it's too late. I think the vote already happened.
We can ask questions after a vote, can't we?
When you call the vote.
All right. Let me call the vote then. I'll call the vote again because we did not count, but all those in favor? I think that's approved. Thank you very much.
Just so I'm clear, I'm not sure when we are allowed to comment. Are we just allowed to ask questions, or are we going to have a comment period?
The Councillor Nishikawa, thank you for asking that question. You may notice a slight difference in the way we're trying to run these things. Robert's Rules of Order suggest that we should be asking questions and then read the resolution, and after that we should be doing the debating. So I've been quite clear in saying, have you any questions? I haven't been quite as clear at stopping the debate at that time, but that is the intent. So full debate is meant to take after the resolution is read, so that we actually know specifically what we are debating.
I understand that, but then I wasn't given the opportunity, because there was some things I wanted to add from a community perspective, and I'll just leave it at that. I'm just not sure that
I apologize
No,
if I didn't catch that and we moved a little too quickly. I thought I'd left enough time, but I will be more careful about that. Thank you. The next is ZBA 4622 bylaw 2022-159 SIFT. And this is Mr. Soya.
Thank you again, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4622 in the name of SIFT. The property is located at 1155 Hamels Point Road. And I would direct committee's attention to the sketches starting on page 138 of today's agenda package. The subject property involves two parcels of land located on opposite sides of Hamels Point Road. The backlot parcel located to the west of the road contains a two-story dwelling and a storage shelter. And the waterfront parcel to the east of the road fronts onto Roberts Bay of Lake Joseph and contains a dock. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The applicants propose to construct a two-story boathouse and an associated dock on the waterfront parcel, and exemptions from applicable zoning requirements are therefore requested. Site-specific bylaw 2001-21 was approved in 2001 by the Ontario Municipal Board. This bylaw deems the waterfront and backlot parcels to be one lot for planning purposes and places restrictions on shoreline structures. It also prohibits a two-story boathouse and establishes a maximum single-story boathouse width of 24 feet. In this case, a two-story boathouse with a width of 34 feet is proposed, and exemptions from this site-specific bylaw are therefore requested. The township's comprehensive zoning bylaw requires the minimum permitted setback of 25 feet from a lot line abutting a street. In this case, the waterfront parcel is narrow with limited depth between Hamels Point Road and Lake Joseph, and the proposed boathouse is to be set back 20 feet from Hamels Point Road, and the associated dock is to be set back 10 feet from the road, and exemptions from setback requirements are therefore requested. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 28 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 14 submissions have been received to date, all of which have been provided to committee in advance of today's meeting. So firstly, the district in Muskoka has submitted comments, and their recommendation reads as follows. District staff would not be opposed to the approval of the above noted application, provided that the appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the Fish Habitat Assessment Report prepared by Mikulski Nielsen Associates Limited, dated December 22nd, 2017, and amended on January 10th, 2022, respecting the building and docking envelopes and design criteria. The Township's Development Services Division advised that the Ontario Building Code requires a private sewage system to be wholly located on the same lot as the building it serves, and where a building is serviced by a sewage system located on a separate lot, the authority regarding communal sewage works is transferred to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. The ministry approval and a license agreement with the township to locate services beneath a public street would be required prior to the issuance of a building permit for a boathouse containing plumbing. And for these reasons, Development Services has advised that staff could only support the application if the proposed boathouse will not contain plumbing. The Township's Public Works Department has also advised that a licensing agreement would be required in order to locate any private sewage lines, similar to Development Services, and Public Works staff recommend against the approval of an application to do so. Public Works has also advised that reductions in setbacks from a road allowance can present future maintenance issues, and increased costs associated with tree maintenance, and compliance with the minimum setback requirement of 25 feet would be preferred if possible. The Township's Emergency Service Department has advised they have no concerns. 6 submissions were received in support of the application. These were received from neighbors and residents in the area of the subject lands. Ross and Patricia Points, Timothy Quinn, Phil Sift, Patricia Volker, Jesse Tipping, Jeffrey and Margaret Moore. And then 4 submissions have been received in opposition to the application. These were received from Barry and Janet Brackley, Wayne and Catherine Gibson, and Robert Silcox, who's being counted here twice as he has submitted 2 of the 4 submissions, the first one after reviewing the public notice and the second after reviewing the staff report. In summary, the comments submitted in opposition raise concerns with the protection of fish habitat. It is explained that fish habitat was assessed in the year 2000 and site-specific bylaw 2001-21 was subsequently approved to protect identified fish habitat by placing restrictions on shoreline structures. There are also concerns raised about setting a precedent, specifically related to the neighboring property to the north, where restrictions on shoreline structures also apply. And concerns are also raised with changing or lifting restrictions that were placed on the property through the approval of the site-specific bylaw passed in 2001 and permitting a greater scale of development. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the proposed exemptions allow a 2-story boathouse be defeated, and that the proposed exemptions to permit a single-story boathouse at a width of 34 feet with reduced setbacks from Hamels Point Road be approved, subject to removal of the existing dock prior to 3rd reading. With regards to this dock, it appears to be a floating dock that has been attached to the shore without the benefit of a building permit and is therefore not permitted and therefore should be removed. Lastly, I would like to mention that the applicant's agent has advised that the applicant would like to request a deferral in order to provide time to further consider the comments received from the township staff, also from members of the public, and to address any additional feedback that may be received from committee today. And I believe the applicant's agent is here today to speak to the application and the requested deferral. And I have no further comments at this time, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Donaldson, please go ahead.
Good morning, committee. My name is Sean Donaldson. I represent the Siff family as agent on this application on behalf of Muskoka Lumber. Address is 3687 Highway 118 West, Port Carling, Ontario, P0B1J0. As mentioned by Sam, we are seeking a deferral today in light of new information to us in that Public Works has some concerns. When we first entertained the idea of seeking this approval, we were told by David Pink in an email that he believed the reason for the restrictions on dock and boathouse locations was due to an analysis of fish habitat. It may be possible to remove this bylaw or amend it based on an updated fish habitat assessment by a qualified professional through the same standard processes as all other zoning bylaw amendment applications. I presume council or staff would want to be advised as to what new information led to a revised fisheries opinion, which we have since gone out and got that fisheries opinion from Mikulski Nielsen, as mentioned in 2017, and then further amended this last year. With this said, we thought the fish habitat study would be our largest roadblock, but now there are some concerns from Public Works. So we would like some time to go back to the drawing board by way of deferral. One of the concerns Public Works has is the increased foot traffic across the road from their perception, and that is the opposite of our intent, as the Siff family has 3 young children. So when it's time to go to the dock to spend the afternoon, they would like their kids to be able to cross the road as little as possible. That being said, I understand Public Works concerns and request more time. Last time I sat before you, Chair Bosenworth, at Committee of Adjustment, it was suggested by you on that application that members of that committee could express their concerns despite a deferral. So when we came back, we would know how to address specific concerns. So I asked the same of this committee today to share your concerns. So when we come back after a deferral, we can address those accurately. Both Caleb Sift and I are here to address your questions here today. Caleb, I believe, does want to speak to his desire and intent of the boathouse and kind of his reasons for that. So I'd ask you, Chair, to allow him to speak as well.
Well, that's fine. My next question was, is there anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this? If we could let, I guess it's Mr. Sift, is it?
Yes.
If you could turn on your camera, Mr. Sift, we'll let you in. Mr. Sift?
He's actually in our building in another room. Can I just jump over one room and find out what's going on?
I think he's in. He just needs to turn his camera on.
He's on an iPad and it won't allow his video to turn on. So is it okay if he just uses my computer here?
That's just fine. Thank you.
Hi, committee. Sorry about that. I'm Caleb Sift of 1155 Hamels Point Road. I'm the permanent resident of Hamels Point Road, and I grew up on the road, just down the road, actually. My hope is to build a 2-story boathouse so my family has an enjoyable spot to enjoy the lake. The road going to my property and the lakefront poses a real safety concern for my 3 young kids. Having to cross the road for various reasons, going to the bathroom, getting food, taking a nap. I don't have too much to say. I'm just here to answer your questions and any concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody who wishes to, anybody else who wishes to speak in favor of this? All right, seeing none for in favor, is there anybody wishing to speak in opposition? I think we have some people. Is it Ms. Brackley first? Please go ahead with your name and
thank you. I just have to get the screen back.
We can see you.
That's fine. Thank you very much. We did submit a letter of objection when this proposal came out, but we have several matters that we would like to clarify. We feel we can add value as we're the only people here today who were actually present in 2001 and directly involved when the bylaw passed then. Historical perspective is important, especially in planning. We'd really like to emphasize that bylaw 2001-21 was a compromise to get the zoning approval to create 2 buildable lots where 4 open space lots existed. The council in 2001 wanted the number of lots, 4, reduced as a condition of approval and used the fish habitat studies begun by Blythe and Associates in October 1999 and completed by Glenside Ecological Services in October 2000 at the request of the Planning Department of the Township Muskoka Lakes to limit shoreline development. If we hadn't agreed to those changes, the land would still be open space. Now Mr. Sift is trying to undo the agreement made with the council in 2001 and throw out the provisions of the bylaw. These are less desirable lots with a public road close to the shoreline, splitting the buildable back lot from the waterfront, and with shallow water at the lakeshore with habitat issues. Mr. Sift paid below market value for his lot, and we assume he is fully aware of the shortcomings and restrictions required prior to that purchase that allowed for the price discount. In the fish habitat study of 2017 by Mr. Nielsen, it stated that 2-story boathouses are a standard feature along the north side of the bay, as shown in pictures 3, 4, and 10 of Mr. Nielsen's report. Those lots were zoned waterfront residential from the outset, and the boathouses were built in compliance with the rules at the time. None of them had the restraints of Mr. Sift's lot and have Hamels Point Road at the rear of the lot. Frontage sizes are not the only criteria for development. You can't compare the lots created by bylaw 2001-21 to neighboring regular waterfront residential lots. We believe that Mr. Ponce's dock to the north of Mr. Sift was built within the envelope set forth in Schedule 3 on bylaw 2001. If this application passes, what precedent does that set for possible changes for Mr. Ponce? We note that he supported the application. 2 points of clarification on page 7 of Mr. Socha's report. The appeal to the OMB was not to request a two-story boathouse, but to seek a reasonable width of 24 feet for the permitted single-story, single-slip boathouse. The OMB hearing did not occur. The council wanted the narrower width than 24 feet. There was an agreement reached and the bylaw was passed. As well, on page 7 of Mr. Soja's report, he says Glenside did not prohibit a two-story boathouse. Indeed, there is no mention of two-story boathouses at all in that study. Rather, every single original lot, that's the open space lot, referred to the construction of a single slip boathouse or a floating pile dock or nothing. And the floating pile dock was specifically specified for a small boat. We also note that Mr. Soja's report, although denying a two-story boathouse, is recommending a 34-foot width for a single-story boathouse. Seems that today's planning department is more generous than the planning department of 2001, who
Ms.
actually
Barkley,
wanted
you have a minute left.
less. Okay, well, I have several questions as well. Let me just refer to those. We would like to comment that I would ask the question of Mr. Nielsen if he was here. So I'll ask the planning department. Mr. Nielsen's report, this is a question. Mr. Nielsen's report of 2017, he said the municipality does not have any file information. This is incorrect. He also implies that the original study was ambiguous. There wasn't anything provided. Well, it was provided. We would like to make a couple of suggestions. We cannot support the two-story boathouse as applied for. The size of the boathouse is too large when close to Hamels Point Road and is not necessary given to the township's opposition to plumbing. Without the larger setback, it would be visually overwhelming on the road. We could support a setback from the road, as Mr. Nielsen suggests, with the shoreline as the base rather than the road, with a 24-foot width as bylaw 2001 requires and a 36-foot length. Alternately, if you had a bigger setback from the shoreline, like 20 feet, you could go to a wider boathouse, such as the 34-foot width, with 26 feet in length. That would get the boathouse farther away. And in just a personal comment, we know the SIFs are worried about the kids. They put pylons out to slow down the traffic. It is a very bad situation. However, that was the lot they bought. So a single-story boathouse.
You could wrap it up, please.
Okay. Then I also would just like to bring up one thing that's an addendum, so it is longer on our presentation. We've been watching the entire morning. So I have a question for Mr. Sharp. He brought up in the 3 Mile Lake presentation an hour ago that restrictions passed in bylaws should only happen when there's serious concerns raised, for example, by fish habitat studies. That's exactly what happened in bylaw 2001. Open space lots were consolidated, which was a concern of Mr. Edwards in that very part of the meeting. In order to allow for those developments, they were had restrictions put in the bylaw of 2001. Why would today's planning committee and the planning department throw those out if they were strong enough to put them in?
Ms. Barkley, are you finished?
That was my question. And yes, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any others who wish to speak against this application? Mr. Pierce, are you here to speak in opposition?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Yes, Ken Pierce, 2232 Muskoka Road, 169. I'm speaking on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association today. Interesting comment from Mr. Donaldson and Mr. Sift that the concern that they're now focusing on is not fish habitat, but rather public works and being able to cross the road safely. When I read the report, I took it from what Public Works had said it's not crossing a road, it's the septic underneath the road, and that Public Works is recommending against the septic under the road, and also that there's a concern that a private sewage system under the road invokes provincial authority, which would require the Ministry of the Environment to be involved, which would again lead to problems for the township in administering this with the sewage under the roads. And the problem is, as I see it, that if the township is grading the road or working on the road, it's going to be a problem. And so for that reason, having it on two separate lots and having the sewage system on the other side of the road away from the lake, it's pretty clear that there's not sufficient room on the lakeside sliver of land to have septic. And while it's two lots, it's for planning purposes deemed to be one lot, but it is two lots, and those lots could be severed at some later point or sold separately. So that's a huge concern. But over and above that, I was looking at the applicant's plans, and there's actually two very big concerns as well. In my view, this is a dwelling in the middle of the lake or offshore in the lake. It's 10 feet offshore, and it's quite large, and it's got all of the features of a dwelling. When I look at the one drawing submitted by the applicant, the second floor, if the second floor boathouse is allowed, shows a kitchen and a full washroom with 3 or 4 piece washroom. Which the kitchen's not allowed. I mean, you're not allowed to have a second dwelling on the property. And the main floor, when I look at the picture for the drawing for that, it's got a sauna, a mechanical room, a 2-piece bathroom, and a bar. And you say, well, the bar, is it a wet bar? There's a sink drawn in on it. So I see a total of 6 rooms and at least 9 plumbing fixtures on what I would view as a dwelling in the water. So that's a huge concern. I would suggest that the 2-story, second story does not make a lot of sense. As I heard from the Brackleys, 2 slips, 34 feet wide, great. But the main floor of a boathouse should not have habitable space that they're looking for here. And I would suggest to them, they're talking, I saw in their materials that they would like to see a garage with on the other side of the road, put their sleeping cabin, put their sleeping quarters there, put a small bathroom in there, and go for it. As far as the boathouse, put a deck on the top of it and use the space that way. But I agree with staff. There shouldn't be any plumbing in the waterfront here. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Is there anyone else wishing to speak against this application? He said he was representing the MLA. Yes.
I don't recall an address.
No, he said once he gave his address.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. And you gave your address, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yep. All right. Anybody else wishing to speak against this application? No one. All right. Then I open it to questions from committee members. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to staff, I guess. Mrs. Brackley brought up a number of questions, and I'm wondering if they could be addressed.
Mr. Sharp, are you, or Mr. Soya, who's going to answer these questions? Mr. Sharp, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I may look to Mr. Soya to address some of the other questions, but there was a specific question that was addressed to me, so I will go ahead and provide my response. Yes, Ms. Brackley is correct. I did previously indicate that a restriction on lot creation could be imposed for such reason as concerns with respect to fish habitat. What that would essentially do is it would create essentially a placeholder on the property that would necessitate the submission of a zoning bylaw amendment application and a history related to the lands. And if a future severance application were submitted, that restriction would need to be repealed, and the details with respect to fish habitat would need to be studied by a qualified professional to the satisfaction of the township in order for that restriction to be repealed. As council is well aware, based on an application we received last round and now this application, both dealing with prior restrictions being imposed on properties because of concerns related to fish habitat. The science can change over time. In this case, you know, the studies that were undertaken quite some time ago, and we now have a consultant that has indicated to staff, a professional consultant, who's indicated to staff that subject to some specific design requirements, there shouldn't be an impact to fish habitat. And I would just also point out that as part of the township's official plan policy tool that is available to planning committee, where there may be questions about the recommendations that are being made in a technical report that's submitted with an application, there is the option of undertaking a peer review, so a third-party peer review that would provide advice to the township with respect to you know, the recommendations that are being made in a report. So hopefully that helps address the question, and I'd be happy to elaborate if needed. And again, I'd look to Mr. Soya to address those other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Soya, could you address those questions as requested?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, with regards to the Brackley's history and involvement, and I thank them for providing some of that history, and would agree that that the history is complex with at the 2000 especially, the time those lots were severed and consolidated, and since then the lot boundaries have been changed. But at the time that and I may have been it may have been somewhat misleading in that a settlement was involved with that, and Ontario Municipal Board process, and which resulted in the bylaw that applies to the lands today. But it was put in place primarily due to with the intent of protecting fish habitat, and therefore those structures along the shoreline were restricted to a specific location and a width. And now, as Bryce has now also pointed out, with fish habitat also changing over time, and it being over 20 years since this was last looked at, that there has been an additional study done, and that study concludes that the proposal is acceptable from a fish habitat protection perspective with regards to an increased width. And it also states that there is no concerns from a fish habitat perspective with regards to a height of a building, in this case being 1 story or 2 story. But Bryce is correct, there is an option to have that study peer reviewed if committee was interested in having that completed. And I'll leave it at that. And I believe that answers those questions with regards to the fish habitat, and addresses some of the concerns with regards to the history. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to elaborate on one point. It would appear, based on my reading of the fish habitat assessment that was undertaken in relation to bylaw 2001-21, that there was a recommendation made with respect to limiting a boathouse on the property to 1 slip, and hence the bylaw was worded such that a single-story boathouse on the property be limited to 24 feet in width, which I understand would essentially accommodate no more than 1 slip. However, I would note, based on my reading of the assessment, there appeared to be very little to no justification as to why that restriction was being recommended. So I would just point that out as context for committee in their deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Councillor Burry.
So, I do recognize that applicants do have the right to come back and question pieces that have gone on before. But I'd also like to caution everyone that, there likely was much more complex negotiations back in 2001, where a compromise was put in place. And they may have used fish habitat as the reason, but that neighbors had come together and put together something that worked for everybody. And I think we need to be really careful looking at that. I personally had some experience with a neighbor where we had a compromise, and that's on title, and it would disturb me if the township came back and said, well, things have changed, so you can change that, when in fact that things probably haven't changed. And when one is buying a lot, I think we all go in eyes wide open, and you may think that you can get some things changed, and if you can, well, that's good on you, and if you can't, well, that's you went in knowing that. So I would suggest that the SIFs bought this property knowing that there were restrictions. They have every right to come to us to say, we'd like you to take a good hard look at it. But I also think we need to go back to the history around, what the neighbors compromised to be able to come to the conclusion that they did in 2001, and the fact that they put a bylaw on it.
Thank you, Councillor Burry. Any other questions? And I will allow comments in here because there has been a request for deferral, and we don't want to be able to cut off that option. Councillor Mazen.
Thank you, and through you. I've been trying, as I'm listening, to also go back to the fish habitat studies. And I'm just looking at some of these photographs and seeing the shallowness of the water and the narrow riparian zone. And, I often defer to the expertise of, well, you have to defer to the expertise of our consultants. But my question, I keep hearing that it's changed. And I somebody who's been on the water for my entire life, I just would want to understand, how has this fish habitat changed in layman's language? And I don't know if our staff can answer that, but it just seems puzzling to me. Because in some of these pictures, you can certainly see the shallowness. So I don't know if this is a question for staff, if they can help me with this, or if it's a question that if we end up doing a deferral, and kind of in plain language, help me understand. How has this fish habitat changed?
Councillor Roberts, the Brackleys, we have heard from you already, and at this point we are in questioning and deliberation. So unless we call upon you, we will keep you from speaking anymore. Councillor Roberts.
Sorry, can I get a question, or can I get a response though to my question?
Yes,
sorry, it was directing to staff. Sorry.
To staff, very well. Yep.
Sorry, through to you. And I'm not sure if staff can answer it specifically,
All right,
but
so
I'm
staff,
curious.
can you answer that question?
Through you, Chair. Quite some time has passed since the applications were originally heard. So I don't think it would be outside the realm of possibility that conditions may have changed on along the shoreline, that the habitat may have changed. But I would also indicate that, over time there can be changes in regard to how impacts are considered within the profession of biology, environmental impact assessment, and those types of considerations. All I can say is that we have a local environmental consultant who's prepared a report indicating that, again, provided that there's some design considerations taken into account as part of the proposal, that there will be no impact to sensitive fish habitat. And I would agree with you, Councillor Mazen, that that littoral zone directly adjacent to the shoreline is a sensitive area, and as part of the proposal, the environmental consultant has recommended that the dock and boathouse be set back away from the shoreline. In other words, oriented offshore so that that area will remain undisturbed throughout the development of what's proposed here. And just one further comment that I would make. Bylaw 2001-21 permits a maximum dock width of 50 feet. And that's what is proposed in this case. A dock width of 50 feet. So the width of the dock that's proposed complies. Essentially, it's just the width of the boathouse on the dock that is in question. So it's essentially a structure on a dock that's otherwise permitted through bylaw 2001-21. So hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Just a quick supplemental for clarification, if I may. And just building on Mr. Sharp's. So the dock is in compliance as it is today, the 50 feet dock. Is that correct? But
technically speaking, the dock is in compliance with the width requirement of bylaw 2001-21. However, what makes this situation a little bit unique, and this is why I have to clarify, at the time that bylaw 2001-21 was put in place, there was no consideration given to a requirement that those shoreline structures that were approved through that bylaw would need to be set back 25 feet from the lot line abutting the road allowance. It doesn't appear that that was considered when the bylaw was approved. So technically speaking, the dock and boathouse that was approved through bylaw 2001-21 wouldn't be permitted as of right today because it wouldn't comply with a zoning requirement to be set back 25 feet from the lot line abutting the road allowance. So there's a bit of a nuance there. So I just wanted to make sure that I clarified that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if that clarifies or confuses, quite frankly. Yeah, I honestly, I'm not sure. I would suspect that if I was listening to this, I'd be even further confused. But coming back, I just wanted to ask that last supplemental, if I may. It sounded like an option exists for us as a committee to seek a secondary peer review. Is that correct? Of the fish habitat assessment. Is that correct?
Mr. Sharp?
Yes, as part of this proposal or application, it could be adjourned for a peer review of the fish habitat assessment. That's certainly something that can be considered.
Thank you very much.
And I do apologize. I can try again to better explain that nuance, but it is confusing and it is complicated. As we had said, we weren't joking when we said that there was a complicated history to this property. Thank you.
Would council or committee appreciate that retry? No, very well. Councillor Roberts, you're next.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to, I was concerned with the issues raised by Mr. Pierce about a boathouse that appears to have a lot of habitable items in it. And I guess my question to committee is, can you respond to that, please?
Is that directed to the applicant or our staff?
To the staff.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Chair Bosenworth. I would agree that Mr. Pierce had mentioned that there's a part of the second story that is labeled as a kitchen, and I would agree that this label is misleading. This would be a sleeping cabin, and a kitchen would not be permitted in a sleeping cabin. And the zoning bylaw specifically defines a kitchen as containing cooking facilities. And I've since noticing that label, I've spoken with the applicant who has confirmed that A kitchen is not proposed in this location, and the plans do not show any cooking facilities. They show a sink in that location. So I think it's a matter of the label not coinciding with the definitions that are used in the zoning bylaw. And it's the applicant's intention to not have a kitchen there, but to remove that label. So if a second story sleeping cabin with plumbing was permitted, then it would not contain a kitchen. Hopefully that answers that question, but there is there is a sink included in there, and bathroom as well. So there is plumbing proposed as proposed in that upper story or in the boathouse itself. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts, do you have a supplemental in that? We can't hear you.
Very sorry. Yes, okay, so that takes care of the questions on the upper story, whether we do. How about the lower? Because our official plan specifically says that, you know, it's for the purposes of the lower portion of is for strictly for marine storage. Yet the diagrams, according to Mr. Pierce, indicate another desire. So I'm thinking that any application that comes to this to the planning committee need to have the right diagrams, because if we approved it like that, then they're going to say, hey, like, you approved this. So that's a comment, but I would like a question, an answer to the lower level. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, I thought that someone was going to answer Councillor Roberts' question.
That was a question. I thought he was making a statement. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So on the lower level of a boathouse, you are permitted to have a washroom, and so that plumbing is that is part of the proposal currently as it stands, with having plumbing in that boathouse. And hopefully that answers the question. Thank you.
May I continue?
Please, Miss Councillor Nishikawa, and then we'll ask Mr. Donaldson if he would like to comment.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to direct the question to, so I'll just go. So I was around, and believe it or not, I have stacks and stacks of paper here. I refer back to things that we've looked at and done over the years. I remember this being very contentious. Never did we expect that there would be boathouses built in conjunction with this. And I guess I'm just not quite sure. And I don't know how, I'm not even finding a way to form this question. But I can't see where staff feels that council in the past, and in fact, higher authorities had made a decision, and that we've got smarter and better answers today. My bigger concern is, and I know we're focusing on the fish habitat, but honestly, we should be focusing on the sewage line that is going to be going under a road, and what that impact is. And I have experience in other parts of the municipality where, in fact, we permitted this 25 years ago or more, and eventually that became a problem. So there's one right now that I don't want to point out right now, but we have raised it to Public Works, that in fact those pipes are exposed now, and it's a very, very busy road. So I hope that committee and staff can consider that concern more about the plumbing. But I would say Mr. Donaldson requested that more information goes back if we are looking at a deferral, and I am not looking at a deferral, I think I can make a decision today. But in fact, it would be my recommendation, or my concerns are that we allow a boathouse at all here. Because in the past, when we've done these types of applications, we expected a dock to be out there. And that's it. So again, my concerns are 100% about the plumbing fixtures and what else could be. And this is not the standard lot out there. I'll just say that. And that's what we created. And I would also suggest that council give respect to what further past councils have decisions that have been made.
Thank you, Councillor Nishikawa. Mr. Donaldson, if you could answer the question with respect to plumbing and kitchen fixtures and the intent of the applicant.
Yep, absolutely. And Councillor Roberts, I believe you're the one to speak to, if we approve an application with labels that are misrepresented, then where does that put you? I understand these are part of the problems that we face, and part of the reason why we are seeking a deferral today. We've spoken to our drafting office about being more careful about how we're labeling things, not to mislead the public or you as councillors, what our actual intention is. Our actual intention for the upstairs of the boathouse is just that. It's maybe a kitchenette would be a more proper label. There's no use for cooking facilities by any means. Just a sink downstairs where it is labeled bar. A more appropriate label for that would be a fish cleaning station. The intention is not to have beer taps and all kinds of other plumbing fixtures that are placed there. Councillor Burry, I see you shaking your head, but you can address your comments afterwards.
Well, I've just seen the fish cleaning station before.
Mr. Burry, if you could just wait a minute. Thank you.
And I understand. So, and then to Councillor Nishikawa's comments, the septic line under the road, we didn't realize that would be an issue or a moment of contention inside the township. So I thought it would be like a fairly standard thing, but clearly it's not. So that's part of the reason why we want to go back to the drawing board on this, why we would like a deferral, is to, come up with a strategy where, Public Works is, I sat down with Ken Becking yesterday and he made it very clear. It's nothing but a nuisance to have a license agreement go under the road with septic services. And that's why we're looking for a deferral, because it's like, okay, Public Works feels this way, then how do we go about those concerns and deal with those? So the deferral is quite literally to address all of the concerns and deal with them as they've been presented. Excuse my naivety to think that it is a simple process to have a license agreement and bring septic under the road. It's not. So we need to look at that, and we need to be more careful with how we label things. So thank you for your
thank you, Mr. Donaldson. I think it's appropriate that we have all the questions and concerns raised so that you can go back fully prepared to have that discussion if committee agrees to the deferral. So let's Councillor Edwards, then Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not opposed to a deferral at this time, but I will not be supporting any plumbing whatsoever in that boathouse. Docks would be better, but since the OMB said that it could have a single-story boathouse there, I would allow that. And I'm being very generous at putting the second slip in for 34 feet when 24 feet was asked for. And the only reason I'm doing that is a 50-foot dock was stated at that time. I am not about to go against the OMB decision and that. So just so that the applicant is quite clear, if they can come up without washrooms, without any plumbing whatsoever, I would then consider it. Thank you.
Councillor Kent.
Actually, confirming Councillor Edwards' comment, I was going to make the comment that back to a boathouse, whether it be one slip, two slips, one floor, two floor, is for marine activities only on the main floor. I don't see a sauna, a bar, and I'm not sure about a fish cleaning station qualify in any way. I would support no plumbing in the downstairs of this boathouse. And I would hope that if they came back, and I am actually prepared to make a decision on this particular case today, would expect to see no plumbing in the boathouse.
Mr. Sharp. You got a comment here or suggestion?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify a couple things with respect to the use of the first story of a boathouse. I just wanted to clarify that a sauna is permitted within the first story of a boathouse as per the township's zoning bylaw. A washroom is also permitted, as is a mechanical room containing, items like electrical panels, subject to specific size requirements. So I just wanted to clarify that point. And the other point that I just wanted to make is, I think just to get back to our recommendation at a staff level, it's that we don't support the second story of the proposed boathouse for a number of reasons. I think that if there were to be a restriction put on plumbing, yes, that's one option. However, I think that would put the municipality in an interesting position going forward, in the sense that invariably another owner could come along and want to remove that restriction. So it could put some pressure on us in that regard. It may invite a greater intensity of use along the waterfront, more traffic crossing the road. I would also note that when the consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications were approved, there was no specific agreement, to my knowledge, registered on title, requiring the backlot and the waterfront parcel to be sold and transferred separately. So putting a pipe under the road to a sewage disposal system on the backlot, servicing the boathouse on the waterfront parcel, could create an interesting situation going forward if the backlot were to be sold and transferred separately from the waterfront. I suppose, the concerns in that area could be addressed in some way, shape, or form somehow. I'm not sure, but again, it would create an interesting situation nonetheless. And lastly, I would just note that the property to the north, it is also subject to bylaw 2001-21. And again, there's this notion of precedent as informed by policy in the township's official plan, and that the impact of similar approvals on other properties will be given greater weight than any site-specific considerations. So I would note those are our main concerns with the two-story boathouse. Again, staff don't object to the necessary exemptions to permit a single-story wider boathouse on the property within the required setbacks from the road allowance associated with Hamels Point Road. Thank you.
Councillor Kent.
I was just going to follow up by saying, if we allowed no plumbing in the boathouse, wouldn't that in effect solve the problem of plumbing under the road? Maybe a stupid comment, but plumbing under the road's the biggest problem. And I have a problem with plumbing in the boathouse at all, which is an opinion, I realize. But the two could go hand in hand, and you solve the problem.
Through you, Chair. Yes, that is one option. A restriction on plumbing could be imposed if committee is interested in approving the application for a two-story boathouse. I think the point that I was making was that restriction could later be repealed, or it could put pressure on future council should an application be made to restrict plumbing in the future, or sorry, to lift that restriction. Thank you.
So let me get a sense here. We have not had a lot of discussion on two-story versus one-story boathouse. There's a lot of discussion about plumbing. Are there any comments from committee about two-story versus one-story boathouse? Staff has recommended one story. Councillor Edwards.
The only way that I would approve of it, it's one story. That's what staff is recommending. That's what the OMB said. And I'm not going to change that no matter what. Our strategic plan says environment first. And if it's back in 2001, they seem to be smarter than we are today then. So I will not be changing on that one there. And that, as far as plumbing under the road, I did set against it. It is not practical, and I would not support it. So I would go with the boathouse, 1 story. I'd even go to 34 feet wide and 50 feet of dockage. But that is the limit to what I'd be prepared to do.
So staff, we actually have, our committee, we have 2 resolutions in front of us. One of them approves it as is, and another one that approves it with 1 story only. So I need to get a sense on if there's, we have 3 options. We could prove it as it is. We could prove the second resolution, which has a 1 story, or we could agree with the applicant and defer it. Can I, let me get a sense. I think Councillor Mazin, you were up first.
Thank you, and through you. I might change even what I'm going to say after I hear the others speak, but I wanted to pick up is there the possibility of approving the 1 story boathouse with no plumbing allowed? That's the question I think I'm hearing from a few people. And I'm not sure if we have the ability to do that and that's what I'm asking.
Mr. Sharp, can you answer that question? Might have been answered already once, but perhaps we do it again.
Yes, through you, Chair. Yes, the ability to approve the single-story boathouse with no plumbing is something that can be considered. Plumbing wouldn't be permitted as of right in the boathouse, as it, without a restriction imposed by council, because frankly, a building permit wouldn't be available. And to put plumbing under the road, then that would necessitate a license agreement. I suppose planning committee could take a quote unquote belt and suspenders approach and include in the bylaw a restriction on plumbing, just to make it abundantly clear that it's not permitted. So that I guess that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you. So
sorry, is there a supplement on that?
Well, I think it's more just a clarification. I just think for the entire group, as we work through this one, that if we were to accept staff's recommendation and we were to move forward with the 1 story boathouse, but with the provision or the restriction that there will be no plumbing, the logical next steps would be the applicant could go and they could submit their building permit. But even at that point, they wouldn't be able to get plumbing regardless, is the process, simply because they don't have access to an appropriate septic system. Correct?
Mr. Sharp, can you confirm that?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mazin. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and excuse me, through you. I again hate to be a broken record, but I think we're running way ahead of what we really should be focusing on here. We have an application in front of us. We can either follow the recommendation of planning or not. I suppose we could propose some changes of our own if we were emboldened enough to do so and think we knew better. But we've basically spent an hour redesigning something to the point where if we honor the request for a deferral, which quite frankly seems like a very reasonable next step, my hands aren't tied in terms of looking at the application when it gets revised and brought back. Whatever Mr. Donaldson or Mr. Siff decide they want to put in front of us the next time they're back, we're going to have this discussion all over again and make sure we're satisfied with that what we're approving is something we want to have done here in the township, meets with the requirements of the bylaws, and has the support of council. So we've spent a lot of time 2 boathouses, wide boathouses, 2 stories, fish cleaning stations. We're at the end of the day, we've just redesigned every part of it, but maybe the wallpaper. And I think we need to just decide if we're going to accept it the way it is, which I don't think, my sense is, reading the room, we're not, or whether we're going to ask Mr. Donaldson and the SIFTs to go back to the drawing board and come back with something more appropriate. I'm not even sure they can parse from the discussion we've had what would fly. I think we're gonna have this discussion all over again, anew, with an open mind, to try to find the right decision 30, 60, 90 days from now, when they're prepared to come back with a fresh package for us to consider. The information is helpful, but I think we need to draw the line somewhere between providing feedback and kind of redesigning the program for them, coming up with a different project. So I'm fully in support of a deferral. I hope we have left enough of a trail as to what would be palatable and what wouldn't be, so that when the application comes back to us, it's much closer to what we're willing to support. But for everyone's sake, and certainly for the record, I reserve the right to have more and different objections down the road, and once we have a look at whatever comes back in. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kelly. I will ask Councillor Nishikawa, and then I think we should have a straw vote on whether we're going to defer this or not. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I did make it very simple for my, in my mind, that in fact, I was not in favor of deferral, because I think enough information is in front of us right now that in fact, I would approve, like Councillor Edwards said, staff recommendation that a smaller boathouse can be allowed. But I would also add that in fact, there would be not an ability to have a washroom in that boathouse. And I'm saying that specifically because you can get very creative how you build washrooms right now that don't involve a septic system. But it does concern me that that would be something that would be brought forward by the applicant that in fact our staff wouldn't even know about. But I would say that I would be in favor of what staff had said as allowing a smaller boathouse, but I would not be in favor of any habitable space whatsoever, a washroom, anything designed in that boathouse. I think that we can move forward on this today. I don't see changing a logo, that we're not going to have a bathroom, we're not going to have a kitchen. We know what we're looking at. We know the restrictions on this lot, and I think we can make a decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Councillor Nishikawa. So let me ask a straw poll on deferral here. Please put up your hands if you think we should be deferring this case.
3, 4, 5, 6 deferral wins.
So six is deferral wins. Councillor Mazen, I will give you one more comment. Oh, no comment. All right, then, as the applicant has requested, we will defer this. And Mr. Donaldson, I hope that you have been able to parse out of this long discussion, which was frankly the point of it, so that you could go away if we approve the deferral, which we have, that you've got enough information to come back to us. And hopefully we'll have a much more successful meeting at our next encounter. Thank you very much.
I may have to watch the video back a few times to piece it together, but thank you guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, folks, it's 10 to 12. We have more zoning application that I am going to suggest that we do now, and then we'll take the lunch break afterwards so that we are finished with zoning application. Like that idea? All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts, or Councillor Roberts. We'll go through this one. Let's hope this is a little faster. So this next one is zoning bylaw 40 amendment 4722 bylaw 2022-167 Hamilton. And that is Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosemore. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4722ML, bylaw 2022-167 in the name of Hamilton. The subject property is known municipally as 1264 Carlingford Road, Units 1 and 1A. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 186 of the agenda package. The purpose of zoning bylaw 2022-167 is to permit a sleeping cabin to have a maximum floor area of 1,000 square feet and to permit a minimum front yard setback for a sleeping cabin of 18 feet, effectively permitting a change of use of an existing dwelling to a sleeping cabin. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 29 days in advance, and 4 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Tim Sopko, the township's public works technician, and Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, all stating that they have no objection to the application. Comments have been received from the district municipality of Muskoka, stating that they also have no objection to the application. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the application be approved, subject to the removal of the exemption from the minimum interior side yard setback. Following circulation of the application, planning staff noted that the aforementioned relief exemption is not in fact required. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I presume the applicant's agent, Mr. Allen, is going to speak on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Bosensworth. That is correct. I am the applicant's agent.
Stephen
and Karen Hamilton. I'm with Planscape, 104 Kimberley Ave, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1Z8. I do have a brief presentation that I would like to share with the committee, if that could be queued up. The subject lands, and I should also mention that thank you, Ms. Crowder, for the detailed explanation, the thorough report, and the positive recommendation. The subject lands are at 1264, unit number 1 and 1A on Carlingford Road. Next slide, please. This lot is a bit unique in the sense that it's zoned waterfront residential, but it doesn't actually have any direct water frontage. The municipal boat launch ramp at the end of Carlingford Road is shown. Next slide, please. As Ms. Crowder has mentioned, the application proposes to permit the conversion of a dwelling to a sleeping cabin, and the sleeping cabin will have 1,000 square feet of floor area, and to permit the conversion of the dwelling to a sleeping cabin with a front yard setback of 18.7 feet. And I do note the removal of the required or requested side yard setback. Next slide, please. This is the site plan showing the existing and the proposed development. There's currently 2 existing dwellings on the property. Dwelling number 2 is proposed to be removed, and that dwelling is almost fully located outside of minimum setbacks. There's an existing sleeping cabin that's to be converted into a shed, and there's also a shed that's to be removed. So effectively, this property will be going from having 2 dwellings and 1 sleeping cabin to 1 dwelling and 1 sleeping cabin. The lot coverage is well below the permitted maximum at 8.8%. The proposed habitable area with the converted dwelling and the 1,000 square foot sleeping cabin and the new dwelling that's proposed will have about 4,800 square feet, and it's well below the permitted maximum that you'd find on a single lot with 1 dwelling and 1 sleeping cabin of up to 8,150 square feet of habitable floor area. I would note that this property is a corner lot. It has about 193 feet of frontage on the portion of Carlingford Road leading to the municipal launch ramp and 164 feet on the main portion of Carlingford Road. There's an area that's highlighted in yellow. It's a bit of an anomaly. There's some neighboring lands that are actually sandwiched between Carlingford Road and the subject property. I would also note that the applicants have reached out to all of the surrounding neighbors to explain the application to see if they had any questions or concerns. And part of the redevelopment of this property includes the relocation of some electrical services. and one that's to accommodate the location of the proposed new cottage. However, it also benefits some of the neighboring properties that are on the waterfront side. This lot has in excess of 1.3 acres and is a building lot. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we're going from two dwellings on the lot to one dwelling and one sleeping cabin. This brings the lot into conformity with the official plan. The lot does have two dwellings currently, and the official plan would allow for a severance to separate those uses. Two lots would each permit one dwelling and one sleeping cabin with more floor area than is proposed. There's no increase in the number of bedrooms. There's 5 today, and there will be 5 proposed on the lot. The amount of habitable floor area is 40% less than would be permitted as a right. The official plan does not permit a specific maximum sleeping cabin size. The new dwelling will fully comply with all required setbacks, heights, and details of the zoning bylaw. Adequate parking and services can be provided on the lot. The official plan does allow for reduced setbacks for existing development. That would apply to the dwelling to be converted into a sleeping cabin. An existing building that's located within setbacks and a site triangle will be removed, and the total number of buildings that will be located on the lot will be reduced by 1. Next slide, please. It's been my professional planning opinion that the proposal conforms with the township and district official plans, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and represents good planning. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have today, and we would be hopeful that you would support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Is there anybody here who is in support of this application? If you are, could you put up your hand? Are we seeing any? No? Is there anybody here to speak against this application? None, seeing none. So I will ask, are there questions of the councillor to our planner or Mr. Ryan? Mr. Allen, sorry. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, it's a very quick question. I just bring my note up here. The analysis section 0.2 states that the detention of a limitation on the maximum permitted floor area for a sleeping cabin is largely twofold, and is to provide a reasonable space for the occasional occupancy of a guest. So I wanted through to staff, the question is, how do we enforce that? It says it could become a rental, short-term rental unit. Our guests, I guess the question is, how do you enforce it's supposed to be for occasional occupancy?
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. Good question, Councillor Roberts. My response is that the township zoning bylaw doesn't permit a stovetop, in other words, a kitchen in the building, and hence through the elimination of a kitchen or a stovetop, there's a lesser likelihood of the building being occupied year round or all of the time. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions from committee? Seeing none, I will read the resolution, after which if there's any debate, we will have debate. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 4722 Hamilton be approved, subject to the removal of the exemption from the minimum interior side yard setback. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Clerk? Okay.
Yeah, all opposed.
All opposed? 1. That is carried.
Thank you, committee. Enjoy your lunch.
All right. We are now going to defer? No, what do we do?
We can have lunch.
Yeah, we're going to stop for lunch. Not sure what the verb is. So we're stopping for lunch, and is 45 minutes all right with everybody else? We can return at a 1:45. All right, we will adjourn until 1:45.
Oh. Well,
Councilor Edwards.
We typically take an hour to allow staff also to have a break. So if it would be okay by the chair,
We
we
will.
could have 1 o'clock instead of.
That's fine. Councilor Nishikawa, so I do not want to miss you again. Councilor Nishikawa.
Well, it's the same. So I had assumed that we were having lunch for an hour, so I
All right,
I
sorry,
wouldn't be available for a shorter one.
Fair enough. Then I would say 1 o'clock. Thank you for straightening me out.
I think.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our planning committee meeting. The next item on the agenda is a report from our planner, Caitlin Walker, on the return of securities, and we have a resolution after that. So let's start with Ms. Walker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and good afternoon, everyone. The next application to be heard is a return of securities request for SBA 33/21 in the name of Hassen and Jeffrey. The subject property is known municipally as 1004 Elm Street in Bala. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan drawings and engineering letters starting on page 208 of the agenda package. A request has been received from the owner to partially return securities held by the township in relation to the completion of the required works identified in agreement schedules D and E, being comprised of stormwater management, lot grading, and landscaping. A total of $14,250 was submitted in securities for the above works. Based on the certification letter provided by Pinestone Engineering, the required stormwater management works have been satisfactorily completed. Staff have visited the site and also observed that not all of the landscaping and plantings have been completed. And therefore, staff are recommending that a partial return of securities of $11,750 held for the stormwater management and lot grading works be returned to the applicant, and that $2,500 in securities be withheld until the remaining landscaping works are completed in the spring. Staff are also recommending that Planning Committee recommend to Council that the authority to return securities held for commercial site plan approvals be delegated to the Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability or their designate. I have no further comments, but I'd be happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. We have two delegates here if they would like to speak and comment.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Perry Hassen of the Cacao Boy Chocolate Shop. We're very excited to be in a position to open the business, and we've put a lot of money into getting it ready for the public. Today we have done, fulfilled, as Caitlin mentioned, all of the requirements in terms of the grading. We have actually already invested $1,200 in plantings, including hydrangeas and hostas, other things that we had in the plan. Unfortunately, due to the fall weather, we couldn't finalize floral plantings. That'll be something we'll do in the spring, and hence why we've agreed to do a holdback on some of those funds. So I think we are in alignment in terms of the request. If there's any other questions or comments, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? No questions. Let me read the Councillor Silence.
Silence is deafening. Certainly no questions, but I just want to congratulate these fine gentlemen, Perry and Jim, for picking Bala as the place where they're going to make their home and their business. So thank you so much for that, and we'll support you as long as there's some nuts in those chocolates of yours, sir. Thank you.
You can count on it. Thanks, Glenn.
Any other comments? Well, I'd like to make a comment as well. I was on the Committee of Adjustment that approved a minor variance and congratulated them at that time. But now that I've seen the finished product, I would also like to add my congratulations. It's a lovely looking building. I think it's a nice enhancement to Bala, and I wish your business every success. So with that,
thank you very much.
one more call for any questions, comments, and let me read the resolution. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that $11,750 in securities held in relation to the completed stormwater management and lot grading works pursuant to SPA 33321 be returned to the owner, and that $2,500 in securities be withheld until remaining landscapes works are installed. And finally, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that the authority to return securities held for commercial site plan approvals be delegated to the Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability or their delegate. Any questions or discussions? All those in favor? Carried.
Thank you very much, everyone. Much appreciated.
We have no long-range planning items, heritage and attainable housing items, development services items. So the next on the agenda is Mr. Kennedy, and he's going to do his report from on the dark sky lighting bylaw. Over to you, Mr. Kennedy.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. This report is the second time around for the dark sky bylaw. If you recall, we had our first report, or at least some of you will recall our first report in, I believe it was July last year, in regards to the dark sky bylaw. So this is an updated draft from that first draft with some revisions that were asked by 4 council members at that time. And at that point, we did public consultation, ran it for about 2 months, 6 weeks or so, and we received about 36 comments back on the public forum. And then in that time frame, I received 9 comments personally by email, just in regards to the bylaw and some proposed changes. So there wasn't very many, but I will say that a lot of the comments that were included actually were beneficial for this bylaw. Some things that we didn't think about that were added in. People noted some typographical errors and whatnot. So, you know, it was cleaned up that way. But there are 2 sections in this bylaw, this new draft, where we've changed it from the first draft. And I think they are 2 talking points or 2 points of contention. The first one is the aspect of indoor lighting. In the first draft, the way it was written, realistically, reality-wise, if someone complains that your kitchen light was too bright in your house, because if you have, you know, a majority of your frontage on the water is glass and you turn your kitchen light on, technically the way it was written, we could say that that was in non-compliance. And I don't think that's the road that the township wants to go down. I don't really think that's the goal of this bylaw. So we've switched it to no person shall permit an indoor luminaire to be installed in a manner that, in the opinion of the officer, would be a nuisance to any person or is positioned in a way that would purposefully impact the night sky. And that last section is almost a identical thing in regards to uplighting. But as far as the nuisance goes, this section is for situations, and I will say we've had one very, very recently, where a person has installed an interior light and purposefully positioned it to go out the window and across the lake to upset neighbors on the other side of a bay in a lake. So this section here would prevent something like that from happening. At that time, the response from me was, it's an indoor light, so you guys can't do anything. So with this section, that will deal with situations such as that. And that is really the only intent of this section, is for situations if those arise again. The second point is I will call it, in a sense, the curfew for lighting. At this point, we have that architectural lighting shall be turned off, and we have switched it from the previous 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. That original section is essentially saying that everybody has to have exterior lights off from 11 to 6. And that's, again, not the intent that we're looking for, and it's not realistic. So we've switched that up a little bit to say no person shall leave architectural lighting on for a period of 1 cumulative hour between 12 a.m. So we backed it off an hour to sunrise, and that is in recognition to summer months when the sunrise is up well before 6 a.m. Of the same days, subject to the exemptions of section 4, which, if you look at those exemptions, they are for the lawn lighting, the dock lighting, and so on. So architectural lighting at this point is only for lights that are attached to a boathouse, a bunkie, your dwelling unit. So that is where we've gone with that. In regards to the cumulative hour, that is in recognition of comments that we received where it was a situation, hey, I'm coming home late from a party, I'm coming home late from a movie, I'm not going to be home till 1, 2, or 3 in the morning. This old section here says I can't have lights on. That's not really reasonable. So this cumulative hour will allow for that to happen. If you're coming home at 3 o'clock and you have to turn your light on for 15 minutes to get down your driveway and go into your house, then that's totally fine. So that is the small change that we made to that section. Everything else, I believe, is self-explanatory within the appendix for the changes. But I am definitely here for any questions and to answer any other comments that may come up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Kennedy. As per the supplementary agenda, we have a number of speakers who will be coming in. On the agenda was Ms. Aly Brown, who wants to delegate. And Ms. Brown, you can start now, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, can you see me?
We can, and we can hear.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Planning Committee. Aly Brown on behalf of Our Muskoka, addresses 3864 Highway 118 West in Port Carling, Ontario, P0B1J0. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the draft Dark Sky Bylaw 2023-009. To start, I want to thank Rob Kennedy for addressing multiple concerns we had made to him in a previous submission. The list of notable changes and alternatives with the reasoning behind them was a welcome change to see to understand why and how township staff are updating the draft document. It was easy to read and follow. The Municipal Act may provide the power for municipalities to regulate indoor lighting that can be viewed from outdoors. However, by doing so, the township will prohibit interior lighting from every window in the municipality from being viewed from outside the building. Such a requirement is unrealistic to apply and impossible to enforce, as noted in Appendix 3. Regulating interior lighting intrudes into people's homes and is an unnecessary overreach by the government. The Dark Sky Bylaw should only regulate outdoor exterior lighting. We urge you to consider removing Section 3.6 of the proposed bylaw to not have indoor lighting regulated. The township must recognize that lighting goes beyond the visual appearance of properties at night and provides safety and security to protect people and property. Personal safety and property security must be considered as part of the proposed changes. The township is not immune to vandalism, crime, and criminals. Landowners must maintain their right to provide adequate exterior lighting to prevent trips and falls and protect their property and chattel from theft, vandalism, and intruders, even past 12 a.m. midnight. Adequate lighting is recognized to help deter crime and can provide security for isolated, particularly for rural and remote properties with few neighbors that are far from help. In addition to providing safety and security to people and property, exterior lighting is used as a navigation aid by vessels on the water. Lighting can help identify hazards and structures such as docks and the location of the shoreline on dark nights. Has the township understood their potential liability if a person is injured or killed due to inadequate lighting resulting from the proposed bylaw? Requiring the replacement of every non-compliant lighting fixture on every property across the entire township is unreasonable. The cost to landowners to make such changes will be considerable and include the cost of the fixture and installation. Many thousands of existing fixtures will require replacement. The township must consider the significant financial burden the proposed bylaw will take and have on residents. Will all non-compliant fixtures end up in a landfill? Discarding fixtures in good working order is a misuse of non-renewable resources and generates waste. Existing non-compliant fixtures should be permitted to remain. Compliance should only be required when the fixtures needing to be replaced, like the adjustment made to Section 4.2F regarding bubbler lights. The last point is regarding education. A plan to educate the community must be in place for this proposed bylaw to be understood and followed. Easy to understand, clear and concise wording pamphlets or printouts, flyers, or even a video should be there for all types of learners and abilities. For the proposed Dark Sky Bylaw to be followed and enforced, people need to be able to reference sections of the bylaw to what is applicable to their situation. Contractors, architects, designers, lighting installers and companies, retailers and homeowners alike. We appreciate the opportunity to shed some light on the Dark Sky Bylaw draft before it is approved and hope you have taken the time to review the input from the community, lighting, companies, architects, contractors, designers, and installation experts ahead of your decision today. As I have reached out to a handful of business owners myself, I have learned a great deal about lights and the impact some of the changes made in this draft bylaw would affect these companies, including dock lighting and moonlights. I would also ask you to direct staff to contact and reach out to local companies as part of their research so they can walk through this bylaw with the community members whom it impacts the most. Online forums only tell so much of a story. We have suggested a working group in the past, and maybe it is worth trying to get a handful of the experts in the field together with township staff and the bylaw officers to go through the detail of this bylaw before approval. Thank you for your time and consideration of our concerns.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. The order that we will go through, the remaining delegates are Nagleson, Pierce, Eplet, Borenstein, Shevchenko, Rose, and McNair. So I see Mr. Nagleson. Where was he? I saw him up a minute ago. Nagleson, Michael?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. If you could turn your
camera on. There we go.
Your picture on, and we don't see you yet.
Okay, it was on and it went off. So
yeah. Well, we can do it without the picture. To all the delegates, you have 2 minutes. And if a previous delegate has covered what your thoughts are, please just state that you agree them and then continue with your unique items, and that'll help us get through a little quicker.
Well,
So Mr. Nagleson, please proceed. You got 2 minutes. Start with your name and address.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Nagelson, and I'm a member of the Guardians of the Torrance Barrens and Dark Sky Preserve. We have interest in maintaining the dark sky, and first of all, want to thank the leadership of council for the bylaw that exists and considering the changes that are before us here. The changes in 2014 have helped, and a lot of positive things have helped to protect the dark sky reserve and the surrounding areas. And I think the leadership of Muskoka Lakes has led the way for surrounding municipalities, and the changes we're considering here will also have that impact. So for that, I applaud the work of council and staff. One of the things that the new bylaw does do is it does pay attention to more detail, making it more enforceable under the guidance of bylaw enforcement, so that they can actually enforce some of the changes that are proposed in the bylaw. And that our group has looked at in significant detail and continue to applaud. A couple of things we'd like to draw attention to is there seems to be exemption for the municipality itself in terms of the guidelines and the timing. And we'd like to encourage, where possible, that the municipality try to also apply the bylaw to its own facilities to protect the surrounding areas, the light emissions that are going, and also have that ongoing positive influence on the surrounding municipalities. Our concern is the Torrance Barrens specifically, so I'll limit my comments to those areas and continue to support, through our team's efforts, the work that you're doing here to protect the dark sky and its impact on Muskoka. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest that we, after each, because we have quite a few delegates here, if we wait till the end, you may forget the question you want to ask. So I will allow a brief moment or two after each delegate to ask questions of the delegate. So any questions from councillors on this one? Well, thank you very much. Next is Mr. Ken Pierce.
Thank you, Chair Bosomworth. It seems that my video is turned off, so I can't seem to turn it back on. So I don't know if that's just, it says it's from your end, the host. Oh, the host is now allowing me to. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Ken Pierce, 2232 Muskoka Road, 169. Speaking today again on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association. We did submit a letter yesterday. Apologies for it coming in somewhat last moment, and we do appreciate Mr. Kennedy's efforts on the current bylaw. We had a few thoughts in there, and just to summarize a couple of the key ones. The waterfront is probably the key area. Lights that shine out over the water, of course, can disturb neighbors across the lake and on islands and vice versa. And so that's primary responsibility for us. We would note that in rural areas, maybe there could be different zones such that rural areas maybe have more relaxed rules or different rules or perhaps no rules at all. Heard Mr. Nagleson, the Barrens, Torrance Barrens, Dark Sky Preserve acknowledge that that's a particular concern. So maybe even for rural areas, full cutoff lighting would maybe be appropriate as well. Noted Ms. Brown's comment about education. We totally agree with that. I think we need to let people know that this is coming. It looks like it's not that far off. Another area is the total amount of quantity of lighting, perhaps number of light fixtures per specific area, or a maximum wattage or lumens for a particular area. You might want to give some thought to that. Some specific, more detailed comments are defined terms are generally speaking used throughout. One exception that we would point out is the Schedule C dealing with the set fines. We think it's very important to have the defined terms so that there's no issue about whether the fines apply to a particular defined term. There's references in the bylaw to a permitting regime, but we didn't see any permitting provisions. So we thought that you might want to take a quick look at that and add in one or two permitting provisions if you want to permit them in certain circumstances. Perhaps somebody has a party or something where they're going to have lights and wants to get a permit to do it on a one-off basis. And you might want to consider having the ability to do that. Lawn light fixtures, we thought probably should better be phrased as pathway light fixtures. I don't think we want to have people lighting up their lawns. And that was about it. Those are the main points. And if you would take a look at our letter and see if there's anything there that you would want to consider more closely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. I was about to remind you of your 2-minute limit. So the questions, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I didn't understand Mr. Pierce's either concerns or what he was actually specifically saying about the rural area, because I think our bylaws have always included the rural area, and I got a little bit, I didn't understand his comment.
Mr. Pierce, if you could expand on that.
Yeah, I think that just trying to be mindful of people that, my wife's family farm, we have a big barn, and there's 2 gigantic night lights off the barn, and they light up the entire barnyard, and we're not close to anybody else. And the fact that we light up the barnyard, if one of the animals gets in distress in the night, we have to run down to the barn. Don't want to be trying to find a flashlight or starting to turn on lights. You just run down to the barn. So rural areas, I think there may be different rules. Having a gigantic night light, it's probably 250 or 400 watt, lighting up your boathouse and across the lake is probably not something we would want to see. So I think you might want to think about different rules for different areas and zones. I think that the urban zones, for example, if it's Bala or Port Carling on the waterfront, you might want to keep all of the rules in place. But if you get somewhere in an urban area that's not as critical, again, if you've got trees around you and so on, maybe that's not quite as much of an issue. So maybe there might be different rules for that situation as well. So just trying to think if that might be something you would want to look at. I hope that helps.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, and that's through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Pierce, because some of the rural areas that aren't near water, they don't project the light the same way. And I've noticed, I went looking for dark sky compliant lights, and there's very few around right now. And that you would think maybe they are if they have a cap on them or something like that. But if the bulb is exposed, they're not legal. And I really don't think we should be taking the grandfathering clause out at this point, just when they're actually replaced. Thank you.
We have any more questions for Mr. Pierce? All right, thank you very much. The next delegate is Ms. Applicant.
Oh, sorry. I will just comment. She has withdrawn her request to delegate. She let me know just a short while ago. I think I covered the couple of points that she wanted to make.
Thank you very much. So the next applicant or delegate after that is Mr. Bornstein. You could bring yourself in and turn your.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have video at my location. My bandwidth is too small.
Very well. If you could give us your name, address, and keep it to 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Dan Bornstein, Box 429, Port Carling, Ontario. So we are in Muskoka for the nature and the privacy. So lighting that is emitted from properties take away from both nature and privacy. So unoccupied properties often keep their lights on. So that I don't think is addressed in the bylaw. I also believe that all exterior lights should have a manual off switch. Festive lights there's no dates for the festive lights. And so anyone could say, I'm celebrating the 5th of July and I want to have my festive lights on for 10 months. So that is an issue there. And the dock and lawn lights, once again, I believe they should be full cut off and there should be a manual switch. And I do believe that the urban area that is off water should have a different set of rules than waterfront. I think waterfront should be the most stringent. The few that enjoy nature and privacy are their enjoyment of their property are being destroyed by the few. Or did I reverse that? The many are being destroyed by the few that want to have excessive lights. And indoor lights that do shine outside should also be regulated. So I believe there should be no lights reflected on the lake. And
Mr. Borenstein, you're nearing your 2 minutes, or I think you're pretty much there. But if you
okay.
Thank you.
Just one other window coverings should be there should be something in there about window coverings as well.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for your delegation. The next up is Chris Shichenko. I think I have that right.
No one's got questions for me?
Sorry. Thank you. Questions from committee members? Good catch, Mr. Borenstein. I see none. We shall move on to the next delegate.
All right, so I guess everyone agrees with me. Fantastic. Thank you.
Chris Shichenko. You could turn there we are. I hope I got your last name correctly. You're still muted.
Unmute. How's that? Are we good now? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Shanko. I live in Bala, Ontario. I'm a local outdoor lighting contractor, and I appreciate the time that you're taking to go over things. And just want to share a few thoughts with you. I've spoken to many of my clients, and they all have the same goal, which is to illuminate their property with the intent to be mindful of dark sky, but yet provide safety and security for their property. There's a balance to this in which I think it's really important to educate the community on how to do this with the proper fixtures, not telling them what they can't use, but what they can use. Getting into specifics, i.e. the dock lighting. It's suggested that dock lighting should only be 6 lumens. That would equate to something of a candle trying to illuminate where you're trying to walk to around the perimeter of a dock. Rather than saying the lumen output for that is having dimmable fixtures for each of these areas, which then the client or person can dim the fixtures down to a reasonable value where they can still walk safely at night for that. And again, zoning and dimming is very important so that wherever the person may be walking, that specific area can be illuminated. Downlighting is the other section that I'd like to address. Suggested that downlighting should only be at a height of 24 feet. In this case, I believe that more lights will be used to try to illuminate the same area as what it would take to use 1 or 2 lights at a higher elevation, which will then be at a more sharper angle, which won't create glare and actually give a softer effect on the area below. Again, it's all about controlled dimming and grouping of these areas to allow, from perspective's view, to see, again, not a harsh light. Kelvin is another thing that I think is very important, which is the temperature of light. Warm temperature, which is 2700 K, I believe, should always be implemented in the outdoor application. Again, it's very warm, appealing to the eye, and very soft on the objects in which it illuminates. That's a standard in which I'd like to see implemented for outdoor lighting. Again, on lakefront properties, no matter what, depending on your viewpoint, there's always going to be reflection. Am I at 2 minutes?
You
can ask
you
committee.
got another 30 seconds, let's say.
30 seconds. Okay.
Extend
Again,
it.
at lakefront, along lakefront, no matter what, you're always going to have reflection. Path lights, clients have path lights that again line walkways. It's very important for them to be able to control them. Dimming is paramount for that. I appreciate the time to talk about some of these items and very open to questions.
Yes, could we get your address? I don't think we got that at the beginning.
It's Hesner's Lake Road in Bella.
Number?
1057.
1057.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Questions from committee? Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, just a quick question.
Yes.
And given this is not a subject matter expert for me, when you're, and I'll just use the example of the dock light because you use that.
Yep.
Because I see these different terminologies of 6 lumens versus, now I'm trying to go back to your letter and I think you were talking about watts or maybe
Yes.
And then there, I think in our thing, we're talking about solar lights versus, anyways.
A powered or a wired light. Yeah.
A wired light. Can you just use this particular example?
Absolutely, I can.
Thank you.
So I did great research even on what's available to create 6 lumens. And most of the fixtures available that to achieve that would be solar lights. And I did not find any dark sky friendly solar lights. So, and as we all know, I've had other clients try this before. Well, now their clients was using solar lights. They only last so long. They rely on solar power. Aesthetically, they're not pleasing. And to achieve, and most of them shoot straight up, very little shoot across. And when they do, it's usually in a 360 pattern. So with our dock lighting, what I'd like to see with that also, with a wired unit, aesthetically, there's a lot more pleasing fixtures available. And there are also different outlets on the fixture. So only shooting inwards off a dock, which only intends to shoot the walking surface rather than something that radiates 360 degrees. So
could I just ask a clarification just on the wattage piece?
Yeah, on the wattage.
Sorry, go on.
So the 6 lumens equates to only half a watt.
Okay, so in your typical wired ones.
Yes. They would be typically 2 to 3 watt and dimmable, right?
2 to 3 watts, but dimmable down to which?
Dimmable, each fixture has a different margin in which they're dimmable to.
Okay.
Right. So depending on manufacturer and that fixture, but typically they'll dimmable. The dimming margin on those fixtures would typically be dimmable up to about 25%. So if it's a 300 lumen output fixture, then that would be able to be dimmed down to about 20% of that is typically the dimming margin on that dock fixture.
Okay.
So let's say you liked a certain style of fixture and that was a 300 lumen watt or a 300 lumen output fixture, you'd be able to dim that down typically to about 20% of that.
Okay.
Which I can give video and pictures of actually, which I think would be helpful to see.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Zatz.
Thank you, and through you to Chris. Thank you for coming forward, Chris. Nice to have an expert here. Given the opportunity to speak with you, if I might, I wonder if I could ask you. It sounds to me like you've done a whole lot of research and made it your business. And thank you again for coming forward today. If you read the staff report in front of us, I suppose we have a number of options. Well, there's quite a number of options, but the recommendation of staff is to approve the proposed draft dark sky bylaw. It also refers to the previous dark sky bylaw, which it is intended to replace. Can you speak to that? I mean, this may be a little unorthodox for a committee member to be asking a public for his comment, but what do you think of the old bylaw versus the new one?
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for asking. I think there's a lot of good practices in place that both have. I think there's certain limitations that the new bylaw implements as far as the selection of lighting that you'd be able to implement on certain properties, given different elevations of properties, i.e. North Lake Rosso has large cliffs. And this is actually an email that I sent to Rob Kennedy. So each property is different. I'm in Bell, I'm on a very flat property. I'm 2 feet drop to the lake. Whereas there, so we would implement different lighting practices in that situation where path lights, let's say, for instance, if I may, long winding staircase down to the lake. In that case, it would be advantageous to have downlighting from trees at specific heights so that the light angle is on a very harsh angle like that. So when you're viewing boaters and traffic from below, you're never looking up into that light. Whereas if we were to line that walkway going down with path lights, even though it's a hat, let's say, on a path light fixture, no matter what, even if it's a dark sky friendly fixture, I'm still at that elevation going to be able to see the source of that light. So that's where I think educating and really going through this with fixture application and elevations and dimmable is really going to benefit not only the community, but the application in which we introduce light, which we need to. Again, we're here to enjoy the stars, and we have a beautiful landscape in which we need to be safe on it, but also enjoy it within certain hours. So I think there's a lot of good, and there's some that need to be looked at from a different perspective.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Chris, for your presentation. It looks like we still have a bit more homework, but what about sensor lights? Do dock lights have to be on all of the time? Could they not be on sensors that just come on when they need them?
Yeah, they can. It's a great question. I appreciate that. Sensors can be. Sensors could be located near, let's say a tree or something when you're walking down the walkway. Again, see, what we have now is the availability. We have, of course, have Wi-Fi and control. So people, you typically have their phones. To me, that's a better way. Sensors will fail more. Again, if you're coming in from your boat, again, how does that sensor pick you up on your boat? How wide does the sensor go? So that's where I think control, that grouping, and then Wi-Fi capability. So our clients can actually, all of our clients can turn their lighting on or off from their phone, which I think is a great way to go that route.
So if we put something in the bylaw on that where it's a control lighting that's not on all the time.
Yeah.
Like I've got path lights and I only put them on if somebody's walking up or down and shut them off.
Right.
And that's so, and I'm basically in the country, so nobody else sees it anyway, but I like the dark sky. And then some of the spots in the small settlement areas, the street lights probably do more light trespass than any lights in around the houses. But it's different on the water. But just what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think path lighting, there's an aesthetic point to this also. I think one is for safety and one is aesthetics. So I think, again, each property is different, but dock lighting, I think, could definitely be one of those ones where, that 11 o'clock time is great for cutoff, but being able to control it there afterwards, because a lot of people's guests arrive by boat. So being able to control that through their phone or having it on, a certain timer would be advantageous. But I think you're right. Anything like that would be great to have control on.
Thank you for that. Councillor Burry.
So my pet peeve is the LED lightings on the underside of docks.
Right.
It's not for safety. It's not for anything. It's a boating hazard. The folks that I know that have been up here forever say that it potentially can cause more. And within the view of where I am, I can see 6 docks where the people haven't been here since Thanksgiving that they're on. Now, completely and utterly useless. It's not for safety. They're afraid someone's going to swim underneath their dock. So,
Right.
you know, we need to think about the kinds of things that we're illuminating and why we're illuminating. I mean, if I was really going to be, you know, a little sarcastic, it's like, you know, putting lights on to make the locals think that you're there. I mean,
Councillor Berry, perhaps the discussion we could save for later. If you have a question for Mr.
How do we eliminate the LED strips on the underside of docks? Because that's
LED.
not dock lighting.
So you're seeing the reflection then, it's water lighting, right? And is it under the dock itself?
Yes.
So you're seeing just the reflection of it.
Well, it's on the inside of the fascia board of the dock and completely irrelevant.
Right. Well, again, I think there's when they're not there, when someone isn't using it, when it's not utilized, especially off season, then those things should definitely be off. If the client is there and it falls within guidelines and it's you know, it's a sensitive issue with that, because if they're not there, then the lights don't need to be on. There's a certain amount of lights that need to be on for safety and security. Something like that is more so aesthetic, but then it is a guidance for them for their dock also. That's an arguable point too. So when they're there, so you're going to see it one way and they're going to see it another. And I think there's a balance, like I said, with everything else, to have those fixtures off when it's the off season or they're not there.
So they're not here to see the aurora borealis, and their lights make it so I can't see it.
Right. So in that case, then I think that's where in the off season, those lights should be off.
Councillor Kent.
Hi, I just have a quick question for you, Chris.
Yes, ma'am.
One of my little pet peeves is timers on internal lights when people are not there.
Right.
And I understand you might have timers on external lights, but I was just wondering, what percentage of the clients, if not of the people with new builds, are you finding are putting on for security reasons? Is the only reason I could think to do it. The particular instance I'm talking about is a property where the people are there often on the weekends, but not every weekend, and never there during the week. They put their lights on and the timers flip on, and these are internal lights that are lighting the entire lake.
Oh, so
I've actually sent a picture, and I'm wondering how many people, what percentage of your new builds are looking for internal lighting on timers?
Honestly, my clients, I haven't run across any that are looking for security lights that go on and off when they're not there, to be honest with you. It's mostly external lighting that's on for the reason of course, then cameras work better also. Seeing even just the softest amount of light coming down allows those cameras to then view the areas that they'd like to make or secure. I haven't run across that, to be honest with you.
Okay, interesting.
So, I apologize.
Any more questions from council or the committee rather? Councillor Mazen.
Thank you, and through you. And clearly in this discussion, we're all very interested.
You've gone mute.
Somebody just muted me. I don't get my second question. Sorry. So clearly, clearly there's interest because you are somebody who's doing this on a day-to-day basis. So I'm going to pick up maybe on what Councillor Zavitz started. If you looked at the old bylaw and you look at this new bylaw, is there anything that you would be doing differently now in an installation? Like what would have to change in your installation practices?
Well, one would be the, so there's a phrase in here that says uplighting.
Okay.
Right. And typically, see your goal, let me just say this first. Your goal in outdoor lighting is always to see the effect and not the source. This goes whether it's dark sky friendly lighting, in some, a lot of interior feature lighting, and you always want to not allow the light to trespass past the object in which it's intended to light. So technology has advanced immensely, to the with beam spread, the Kelvin temperature, this and that. The things that I would change that I think I will do an email that I think is needed to list all these. But one thing is uplighting. You know, classify an uplight. An uplight is a fixture that has an open shroud that you can see the bulb inside the fixture, right? And it's pointing up to illuminate an object directly above. We've been blessed in Muskoka to have these granite natural rock faces, in which at night, I believe, are a beautiful feature, and a feature which draws people to this area to build and to live. And when given the proper light, or an accent light that is still a fully shielded fixture, so you cannot see the bulb on this fixture, properly angled at a granite rock face with even 2 or 3 watts, that's where that fixture will achieve less is more, but softly graze that granite rock face, which is an asset to that person's property, which is a natural feature. So there's some things in this in which, upon review, an uplight, well, is that an uplight or is that just an accent light? Even though it's still fully shielded, you know, why wouldn't we be able to implement something like that where it doesn't affect anyone else? You see the object that it's intended to illuminate, and it's still a cutoff fixture. But again, if I'm shooting on a horizontal view, does that make it an accent light, or does that make it an uplight? Right. So that's where to me, that would still be a dark sky friendly fixture, because no one else can see the source of that fixture. Its object that it's intending to illuminate is proper. It's not blasting. I'm not talking about using a 500 watt halogen panel LED light to illuminate a granite rock face. This is very soft, subtle. But in this, there's certain things in the wording that need clarification, and that's part of the education on it. You know, I think that's important that I would go through that and sort of we work on this together on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
One is your thoughts on curfews. I would couch that with curfew with the exception for security, safety, not necessarily security. And the second one is, what would be your thoughts about restricting number of lumens on an area basis? One of the challenges we see around the lake is, you know, hundreds of currently compliant lights, but there's so many of them that it just the total amount, the cluster of lighting just creates an excessive light problem. So those are two questions. And then one that came out of one of your answers, which said that lighting for security lights, it's better have lighting on. But I have a relatively inexpensive security light, and it works on infrared that seems to be quite satisfactory at night. There's basically 3 questions in that question.
Okay, so as far as the curfew is concerned, I think the 11 o'clock margin is a great time for that, but not be limited to. Again, like you've already put in that, where as long as it's within 1 hour non-cumulative after that time, then that's fine. Sorry, repeat what was the second question, sir?
The second question, what do you think about if we had a bylaw that limited the
lumen output on a total surface
quantity
area
of lights per 100 square meter, for example? Because some of these installations that are just, they have so many lights that quantity alone is making the problem.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of like lakefront properties, that's where they may not have as many lights as you think, but depending what angle you are, it looks like they have 3 times the lights because of the reflection. So I think it would be a good idea. It's going to be harder to regulate, but that's where the dimming control comes into play, where even though they may have that amount of lights brought down to a certain level where it's still aesthetically pleasing and safety, then you're not seeing it in that fashion, right?
You did make a point that lighting should be, you know, on its source. You should light what you need, and so the question was, should you only light what you need when you leave? need? And you know, what are your thoughts about, well, the curfew, I think you're finding, but you know, even outside the curfew, is there some argument to limit the amount of lighting to only when you need it, not just everywhere because you feel like it? And what are your thoughts on that? How would your clientele feel about that?
The clientele, they would, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think there's up to a certain margin of time that the full lighting system can be on, because again, there are some aesthetics involved in this, but after that certain time to be determined, then only primary lighting can be on. And that's where the whole grouping of proper installation of lighting comes into play, so that the whole property isn't on, but not, you know, just pathways and down lights. So really areas where people travel, which on some of these properties is quite a great area, to be honest. Right. So that's a hard one to play out, but that's what I would, you know, pathways, walkways, absolutely, they're needed after those hours for safety. Aesthetic lighting perimeter.
Yeah, my final question was just the question of infrared light on security lights being effective in darkness.
Right. And whether there'd need to be artificial light for that camera to work.
Well, you had said that the cameras work with it would be good to have lighting because of security. Yeah. But I know security cameras come with the capability of seeing objects and people move with using infrared.
They do. And this was just security zones around garages and so on and so forth. But I know that I have high quality cameras and they do work a lot better with even a little bit of my downlighting on versus having nothing on, to the point where I'd be able to make out your face versus not being able to, the distinguishable difference between having a little bit of light on and not for that camera.
Thank
you. Yeah.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you, are there other speakers? I'm a little bit concerned about the direction that this last speaker has been put in. And in fact, we're now deeming him to be the expert. And I'm not saying that he isn't, but I don't believe that he is. Today, I think those types of questions should be gathered to go back to staff, quite honestly. And also, you know, some of the things from my own personal experience in construction, there's not enough time or room to go over all of the nuances today. So I'm just more interested in finding out if there's other speakers, and I'd like to gather my questions from those speakers. Thank you.
There are, and thank you very much. We will move on to the next speaker, which is Rose, and thank Mr. Chris.
Let's look at that. No problem.
For his indulgence. So if we could have Rose, Brad Rose.
I'm here. It says the host won't let me start my video. Oh, they just did. Okay, here I am. Brad Rose, 101 Highway 141. Like Chris, I'm a professional landscape low voltage lighting installer. For the sake of my time and all the points that have been made, a lot of agreements. I agree with Ms. Brown on education. I feel like that's a piece that's missing. Change is difficult, no matter what the change is. And so I think education is needed. I do applaud the township. I think this is important. The dark sky, as a lighting installer, might seem ironic, but I do feel like it's very important, and that Muskoka as a whole, not just township of Muskoka Lakes, has missed the mark, and there's danger looking down the road to where we get head. So applaud you on that. Agree, lawn lights could be redefined perhaps to a more generic term like low voltage lighting or landscape lighting even. I think, yeah, Chris had a lot of good points, and I think that would go to what Aly had spoke about of a working group. Obviously, there's a need for that. It's evident as someone who's just listening, hearing, even you guys as councillors working on this bylaw, that to just put this in place, I don't think it's ready yet. As it's evident, there's a lot of questions surrounding it. A couple maybe new points around it. First, drawing on other associations. I know I got the opportunity to visit Sedona in Arizona. They are a dark sky compliant community, and it's called International Dark Sky Association. Has a lot of great resources, including fixtures that are dark sky compliant, like hundreds and hundreds of them. And I think to Chris's point, I would agree with him. It's the effect and not the source of the light. I think that's true of Chris and I, and probably I think there's a McNair behind me, and I know they follow the same philosophy, but I don't think that's true of everybody. And I think we could all agree. And it's obviously brought up an emotion that we're missing the mark. There's a lot of unnecessary light that's gone too far. And I think the only other thing I would say too is governing. It's a slippery slope to govern people on what lights will be on inside their home versus not, but contradicting that with the sports court being on, but my dock light can only be 6 lumens. There's a big gap there. Those are my comments. Open to questions. Trying to be respectful of time. Thank you.
Thank you for your very concise delegation, Mr. Rose. Open to the council, or the committee rather, for questions. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and thanks to Mr. Rose and to Chris for the I think really helpful feedback or input. I have a question for Mr. Rose. When you were in, was it Sedona you said you were in visiting?
Yes, exactly. Yep. Are
you aware, does Sedona have, is the compliance there driven mostly by regulation and enforcement, or is it driven by a spirit of cooperation that's fed by community spirit and education and that kind of thing? And if you can't tell, my concern is that we're trying to nail something down with regulation that that might not be nearly as effective as it would be if we spent the same energy and money on creating a will to get this done right by people who want to do it right. So I'm curious about Sedona, whether they're regulated to this or whether they just comply.
Right. Don't know. I was there for 48 hours and I was out of money and I flew home. But I think what I gather, it does seem like an outdoorsy, people seem passionate about it. I think the thing that was interesting to me was just driving in and it felt like the town was almost closed, which was an odd feeling. But then, yeah, I was still able to get about and get through town. And someone made the comment about seeing in the morning, you could see the beauty that was around. So I can't answer the question on Sedona. All I know is it would take a long time to get to where they are. But I think to your point that I think it'll take a long time. I think just putting a bylaw through will just cause a lot of conflict. But if you can educate people and help them understand, surround that, and having people like Chris, myself, and others that are the ones installing this stuff on board as well, that hopefully there could be a change. So I don't know if that answers I don't know about Sedona, but I think it would happen through education, discussion, moving forward, recognition of where we are and how to reconcile some of the light pollution we currently have.
Any other questions from committee? All right, seeing none, we will move on to Mr. McNair, our final delegate.
Hello, Council. Thank you for taking the time to speak today. I'm Steve McNair from 1475 Ziska Road, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1W8. I think that Brad had some very good points there, and Chris as well. I think collectively the contractors, the landscaping, lighting contractors, the electrical contractors in the area are going to be your first line of defense of trying to implement smart, prudent systems with regards to lighting. It's such a vast market for fixtures. It's kind of unregulated with some of the standards of which those fixtures are built or measured, their light output. Not all fixtures are tested the same way. I'm speaking more so on an architectural fixture standpoint. I think to try and regulate fixtures on the inside of someone's home is going to be a little intrusive to one's freedom of expression or privacy. Now, that being said, a problem fixture as outlined by the chief bylaw officer there, I think those are very unique circumstances that we don't often find ourselves dealing with. But As far as the uplighting and obtrusive lighting that would affect the dark sky, the goal when installing fixtures on a property is obviously to try and do something that's aesthetically pleasing while keeping with the current set of bylaws in place with the current dark sky bylaw. Over the last few years, the dark sky bylaw has become more apparent. You have hired new bylaw officers that enforce that. The communication with those officers has been very helpful. I think that bit of education has created a change in our area that is apparent. I think that more could be done to further educate people about what would be prudent for this. So I look forward to being a part of the solution. I think that some of the outlined amendments in this suggested new bylaw are a little bit of an overreach. Timers for exterior lighting, I think, is an area where we can make a big change, but not everybody has the means to control their lights remotely on their way into their cottage. And I don't want to take it away from someone that otherwise doesn't have Wi-Fi capabilities or the ability to shut their lights off or turn their lights on remotely. So that kind of goes against what we do for work, but I think it's important to try and touch on all demographics in Muskoka, as many of the councillors, I think, could agree with me on that. So I hope that if anybody would like to reach out to us, contractors in the area are more than willing to provide feedback. We're here to help. We want to see this change in a positive light. And yeah, look forward to how this could be amended.
Mr. McNair, thank you very much. We have some questions quickly coming up. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, not so much to Steve, but thank you, Steve, and to your cohorts. I guess to Rob, more than anything, could it be viable that we consider, first of all, purely and only lakefront, riverfront, waterfront aspect or subset to our existing bylaw? That being, you know, this is such a huge topic and such a major issue. I just wonder how far, you know, how long is the string? How far can we go? It seems to me that we're talking here about waterfront issues. You know, time and time again, different committee members mention, you know, here's my pet peeve, or this is what I see on my lake, right over here, right over there. I guess to Rob, could it be viable to have a, you know, a part one of a existing dark sky bylaw and have it relate to simply waterfront properties and enforce that, enact that, work with our experts to come up with that first, and then perhaps we move into the rural aspects later on. Can we have a bylaw like that? It's actually more than one bylaw, right?
Through the chair to answer that question, you can. There's a few different ways you can do it. You can do the part one and a part two of a bylaw, or just have different sections that relate to, say, waterfront residential versus you know, marinas, industrial, rural, that kind of stuff. I would say, just thinking off the top of my head, if we were to do something like that, I would kind of think of it similar to how we format the site alteration and tree preservation bylaw, where we have, you know, the first 300 feet or so, or if we can incorporate the zoning bylaw where we say, you know, here's the set of rules for the waterfront residential zone properties, anything that is a, you know, rural or in town or marina, you know, we can make exceptions for those areas. Such as the architectural lighting, like the curfew, we can make exceptions that they don't have to turn their lights off. But I would suggest that back in 2014, based on, so from what I've read and heard, the goal back then was the overall ambient glow in the sky. It wasn't specified to actually waterfront properties at that time, and I think it's changed a little bit to go towards the waterfront, but I still think we need to be cognizant of that ambient glow. So if we were to have a bylaw like this and only be waterfront properties, now you've taken the rural properties out of it. Now they kind of have free reign. They can put whatever type of lighting that they want up. And I think we still want to be able, you know, give them maybe more relaxed regulations, but still have, full cutoff fixtures and that sort. But, there are different ways. There's easy ways, there's long ways, there's short ways that we can do this, but there is a way.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. If we could bring this back to questions to Mr. McNair, and we can, if we want further discussion on that question, we will do it afterwards. Councillor Burry and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Well, I don't have a question for Mr. McNair, but I'd like to thank Mr. McNair and the others for their very insightful and thoughtful and relatively pragmatic view at this. So what it got me thinking of, Mr. Chair, is that we're trying to regulate the source, when really what we're trying to regulate is where it goes. Are we barking up the wrong tree? Are we trying to figure out,
Mr. Burry, sorry, the procedural matter here.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll just shut up and try and figure out how to fix something else somewhere.
No, hold on to that question. So I'll let you have the first question after the next step. So I think we finished with the questions. We're now moving into debate, and from a procedural point of view, we need to read the resolution so that we know what we're debating. And Councillor Burry, you'll be the first one to respond to this.
I'm hoping we can defer.
Councillor Nishikawa, before I read.
I'm sorry, I would request that you do not read the bylaw. There's an awful lot that needs to be discussed before we even have a decision of whether we're deferring. As soon as you read it, we got to vote on it.
No, you don't.
Well,
well, either way, but I think it's
Councillor
we're
Nishikawa,
trying to advance something that I don't believe we're ready to do.
Councillor Nishikawa, let me address that. We are having some debate here about whether your point stands or whether the bylaw can be read. This is a procedural debate, whether the bylaw can be read and deferred afterwards. And we've concluded the bylaw should be read so that we know what we're debating. And it absolutely, one of the options is to defer it after reading the bylaw. We'll explore this further, but that's the rules that I'd like to run this on, and so that we can fully debate it and fully understand that the option is to postpone and have a further discussion at another meeting. Is that satisfactory, Councillor Nishikawa?
Apparently it's the way you want to run things. So that's, what can I say?
Thank you very much. All right, so the outcome I think will be satisfactory. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that the proposed draft dark sky lighting bylaw attached as Appendix 3 to staff report bylaw 2023-01 be approved. So the first person I promised to comment on this was Councillor Burry. So let me open it up to you. And then Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not going to go down the procedural piece. I don't understand that. But what I do understand is that we're trying to regulate the source, when really what we want to talk about is where does it go? And maybe we're on the wrong track. Or maybe we do have to figure out what the source is. But from my view, if you have downlighting, and rural is different for me. I'm all over what Councillor Zavitz was proposing with a 2-tier. I do understand the ambient glow. Motion detectors can be used. There's all kinds of technology that's not expensive that can be used. But really, we're after light trespass. We're after light trespass that enjoys our safe and quiet enjoyment of the night sky. And is regulating what the lumens are and the emitter the way to go, or do we just say you whatever you do, you can't light trespass?
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Then Councillor Kent, and then Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, through the chair. I have to agree with Councillor Nishikawa. I don't think we should be reading motions and then start debating and change it after. Once it's read, you have to vote on it, and that goes the same at district unless there's an amendment and that put forward. So it's a slippery slope, and I would not be following that at this time.
Councillor Edwards, thank you for that question, and I will turn this over to our acting clerk for a response.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. Oops, sorry.
Hold on. Okay.
Sorry, through you to committee. Good afternoon, everybody. The committee chairs and I and the CAO met a week or so ago, and we started taking a good hard look at Robert's Rules. And Robert's Rules proposes that the way to go about hearing all of these assorted matters is to hear the report, hear from the delegations, ask questions of staff and those delegations, and then read the resolution. The chair puts the matter onto the floor by reading the resolution. You're not really, according to Robert's Rules, permitted to debate without the resolution being on the floor. And it's the chair of the meeting that conducts that looks after that. So we are putting the resolutions on the floor to enable debate. And then at the conclusion of that debate, a number of things can occur. You can vote in favor of the resolution, you can defeat it, you can defer it or place it on the table, you can amend it. There's a number of options that you have. But I don't know, the challenge I've always had is that we muddy the role of delegations. They end up in the debate sometimes, which I don't think is appropriate. Sometimes the debate expands to go beyond the question at hand. And then I do wonder if the public is they don't have the benefit necessarily of the agendas and all of the reports and the emails and such that all of you have. They may not even understand what we're debating because it's not been put onto the floor. So we've been trying to, we're working at a way to try and clarify everything so things are abundantly clear. It's important that applicants are treated fairly. It's important that others in the community are treated fairly. So this is why we're taking this approach at this time, and it's not written in stone. We're gonna be having more meetings and subsequent meetings, but we're trying to come up with a transparent, open way of conducting business. We are obliged to use Robert's Rules. I can tell you that the District of Muskoka does not use Robert's Rules in their procedures. Maybe we'll decide going forward not to as well. I don't know when we examine the procedure bylaw, but those are all things we can contemplate later on. So that's what this is about. This is the understanding that we have of the way we should be doing things. So.
All right.
Oh, sorry, pardon me.
Councillor Edwards, did you have a question? Or did you want to make a point? Sorry. Other than that point.
No, that's fine. And that I've read the copy of Robert's Rules I have, and it's nice when you're doing a tennis club or something like that organization. But when you're in a council, and that I don't think we should be followed the same as the district does. That's just my point of view. Thank you.
You may do that.
Very well. I think let's take Councillor Mayor Kelly and Councillor Nishikawa in that order.
Thank you. Remember, I'm coming in this sideways meeting. This is my first involvement with the dark sky bylaw, so I apologize if I'm backtracking to your first draft of this. I wanted to find out whether or not you guys have actually, I thought one of the speakers made a comment, whether we've gone and done any comparative research to see what other jurisdictions have that we might be able to use. Halliburton, Sedona, Quebec, Lake Memphremagog, those areas, whether or not they have something that we could piggyback on, because the issue is similar across all the jurisdictions. That would be my first question. That's really for staff. And I guess my second point is that I don't think we are any way ready to be voting on this today. There were way too many issues raised by the speakers. And I believe that we as a group have also highlighted a bunch of things that we want to follow up on. And one of the areas that I feel is not covered is the issue of internal lighting, because the best example I have, I've sent around to a few of you, I'll send it around to each of you individually. It is primarily an indoor lighting problem. And I don't think we've effectively figured out a way to tackle that. And I realize that's very sensitive, but I don't believe the timers should be on internal lights. I think the timers should be on external lights, and internal lights should not be on timers. And we need to tackle that one. Anyway, so 3 separate little issues. One is a specific question for Rob.
Chief Kennedy, if you could answer the question.
Yeah, through the chair, doing research, every other district, municipality, or close to have dark sky bylaws, and they are pretty much identical to the one that we have now. I think our municipality back in the day was the first one to actually put that into effect, and all the other municipalities followed suit. Outside of the district, if you go more north, there are some dark sky bylaws, and if you go south to some of the cities, such as Mississauga, they have a form of a bylaw. They call it their light pollution bylaw, and it's specific to essentially section 3.6 in our bylaw. That's where I pulled the nuisance portion from, is from the city bylaws, and their intent there is for apartment build, like high-rise apartment buildings or condo buildings, if someone puts a light on a balcony and they shine it across the road into another one, there's at least a bylaw to figure that out. And that's where that's the intent for that whole section. Doing research, there's a number of really easy educational ways to take a look at this, and I got down a couple different rabbit holes, going to United States bylaws, going over to European bylaws, and looking at other bylaws in Canada. And from what I found, and this, I'll admit, this bylaw was very, very difficult to write, because there are millions of different ways that you can go with these. You can get very complicated and very, very technical with the lights per square 100 meter, regulating how many kelvins are on the bulbs. Well, dimmers, while they're beneficial, me personally, I think that is, or should be, going into educational material after the fact, rather than being put in the bylaw, because as enforcement, trying to regulate someone, putting on a dimmer at a certain time every single night is virtually impossible. But to go backwards a little bit, there's my point is there's many different forms of dark sky bylaws out there, and I think where we've sat, we're relatively on the more simple side than the technical side, and I don't think we want to go more to the technical side. I think it will start confusing everybody in the township if we start, regulating, lights per 100 square meters, and, having to have dimmers on at a certain time. I think, we may be able to make some tweaks to the whole architectural lighting that can certainly be discussed, but I think at this point we're at a good medium. Bottom line, in our bylaw here, the only real 2 notable changes are the indoor light being a nuisance and the architectural lighting curfew. Everything else, if you read it, is just me taking the former bylaw as more of a policy statement, if you will, and turning it into an actual regulatory bylaw. If you look at our old bylaw right now, every single section does not have, there is no offense creating section in our original bylaw right now, other than I think it's section 12.1, which speaks to failing to comply with an order. Everything else is essentially a guideline. So we're making this with those 2 couple changes, along with dock lights and lawn lights that are a little bit more minor, and turning this into a bylaw that we can actually use and enforce.
Can I have a follow-up, Rob?
Yes, of course.
Chairman, just, I guess the other thing that strikes me, and that was very helpful, Rob, thank you. It's going to be a great progress to have an improved bylaw. I guess it goes back to the fundamental issue of how do we monitor and manage this with 1.5 people in your department? I mean, I envision, if you want to be proactive about this, you got to have somebody going out, once a week and driving around and identifying the properties, rather than just waiting for somebody out in the neighborhood to complain. We do not have the resources to manage this. So we're setting ourselves up again to have a big management problem where we're not going to have success in being able to monitor the success of the bylaw. So sorry, just a comment, perhaps.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much. And through you, I've got a few things. I'm going to try and go through this quick. First of all, before I get to the point of the discussion, I think we all ought to recognize Rob Kennedy has got to be one of the bravest people in this township. He's not only taken a pen and written his own execution papers, but now we're going to tell him to go out and enforce it. And for the life of me, I don't know how that's going to get accomplished. But before we get that far, I think I'm fully in support of a deferral. I could not support it the way it presently stands. And some of it comes from what we heard today. Some of it was from, just sort of an intuition and a feeling going through it. Let me try to break it down into 4 or 5 kind of key areas that I think we need to focus on. One of them is the whole area of applicability. We're trying to take a Band-Aid and stretch it over the entire township. We've got different types of resident: waterfront resident, urban resident, settlement area resident, agricultural residents. It was news to me that Mr. Pierce runs after animals in distress in the middle of the night, but we have agricultural enterprise around here. We've got to respect the fact that that has a different need for lighting, illumination, than say a waterfront property does. We got interior, we got exterior. A new twist tonight that hadn't occurred to me, or not tonight, but today hadn't occurred to me, is the whole concept of security and security camera lighting. We can't dim the lights at the risk of, for instance, increasing burglary or increasing robbery or whatever. We've got to respect the fact that we have to have a certain level for security and safety reasons as well. A second area of concern for me. So there's a whole area of sort of applicability. Do we do it by zone? I like Councillor Zavitt's idea for 2 reasons. Isolating the waterfront is probably a great place to start, but it also breaks this down into something that's got to be considerably more manageable than trying to do the entire township and all these different uses and applications simultaneously. The second sort of kind of ground area that's come up, we got to think about things like grandfathering, landfill costs. One of the things is if we turn everybody loose and tell them they have to replace all their lighting in the next few weeks, either prices are going to go up or supplies are going to go to zero. So, at some point in time, this got to be managed that way. And I am very concerned. We have people in our organization, residents of our township that we tend to forget sometimes, for whom the cost of implementation is a huge burden. We have food banks here for a reason, and I realize that the burden would fall on landlords, but we're going to put an extraordinary burden on a lot of full-time residents for whom this will be an extraordinary cost. We got to think about the possibility that a lot of them will try to do self-help. I don't know whether you're allowed under the code or not, but I don't think it's really wise to start tearing out all your lighting fixtures and replacing them on your own. So that's an issue for me as well. I got 2 more I really want to talk about. Well, one of them is, and I asked about Sedona for a reason. I don't think the success of this bylaw is going to come from running around like crazy people trying to isolate individual light leakage and complaints from neighbors. I think that the success is going to come from an overall communication of a set of goals. The goal being respect your neighbor, respect the dark sky, and be very conscious of the light pollution you're creating when you fiddle around with light bulbs. I think our biggest allies are going to be some of the people that presented here today, the 3 people in the lighting industry. If we can get them working with us, if we can do a communication package, if we can create a desire and a will, this is leadership. Let people know that this is really important to do, help them do it, help them understand what's expected of them, help them do it, rather than kind of running around, catching people with a 15 lumen bulb where a 2 lumen bulb is important. I don't even know what the heck that means, but I don't want to have to learn it either. So those are the things. The biggest thing for me is we have to identify the real goal. The real goal here is to preserve the dark sky. And if we're all environmental and we think land, we think trees and water, well, think up too. We're all about preserving the view and the darkness and the opportunity to look at aurora borealis and stars and Milky Ways. I think that's important to do. Otherwise, it just looks like we're a bunch of control freaks who've landed on a new target, people with light. And so we've got to be careful that we're communicating this better. At the end of the day, my single largest concern, I know you've heard me say many times, certainly in the last 4 months, that I am concerned we do not equip our enforcement group with the necessary tools and equipment and maybe training or attitude to get the job done. I don't think we necessarily need more. We need different training and a different approach and different equipment. I think we're setting ourselves up for a huge disappointment if we think that simply by raising our hands at the appropriate time, this solves the problem. All we're doing is handing the problem off to a different group of people. And I frankly don't know how you enforce this. I, for the life of me, don't know if we wait until phone calls come in. We'd have to be there on site, presumably in the middle of the night, with something that measures light intensity without going on property or going on property at the risk of getting somebody angry enough to throw stuff at us. I don't know how you enforce this. I can't envisage how you could enforce this. I think we're far better off setting the standards, identifying the goals, and then communicating a vision that makes people want to subscribe and comply. And I think a big part of that is engaging parts of the community, like the 3 individuals from the installation side, like the cottage associations, the MLA, like Our Muskoka. They can be our biggest advocates in the field to help people understand why this is important and what we're going to do to get the job done. And that's it. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kelly. There are 3 more councillors who wish to speak. After that, I think we will entertain the idea of having a straw poll about whether this should be deferred or not. And I think any more efforts we should, if that gets approved, I would suggest we spend the rest of our efforts giving terms of reference back to our staff about what we expect them to come back with. So first is Councillor Nishikawa, then Councillor Mazin and Councillor McIntyre. And then we will have that straw vote.
Thank you. Through you, I'm a little I'm a little concerned, actually, quite frankly, the discussion about rural. And I look at the screen and I realize there's only one face that I recognize on the screen that has lived rural. I'm going to just stick to my thing, but you know, that's the reality for me. I have been involved with the Torrance Barrens since the mid 90s, early 90s, I would say. And I actually live in the zone, if you want to call it that. I wish you could have been here for the last few nights when we had incredible star shows. We had, but I will tell you that a neighbor of ours, and this was back in the early 2000s, his shop light, and 40 acres away, I just want to say 40 acres away, his shop light was so bright that it impeded on that dark sky zone. And honestly, I've said this a number of times, the lighting, all you have to do is look at the glows. So we have the large glow from Gravenhurst. We have a large glow from Aurelia. We have a very large glow from Bala. And that Bala lighting is actually our municipal lighting. So we need to look at this a little differently. I don't believe at all, like all the comments that have been made about rural and we should have to do this and that. Those of us that have lived rural and have lived with the dark sky bylaw that has been in place and other discussions even earlier than that, we're not the ones getting complaints. Most of us have lived within that and find even better ways, because quite honestly, when the snow's on the ground, especially, it's very bright out there to walk at night, do it every night. So I'm just saying, I don't think that there should be a separate bylaw. They're both the same. But really, I think if anything, I would like council to really fully understand the glows, because it was always about the glow. How do we limit that glow? I'm really fortunate in the community that I happen to work in a lot, which is East Bay, and I've had, and the Kettles Association has been really great about this. And so again, reaching out to lake associations and things like that. If a neighbor, for instance, left their light on, and it's unusual that that light would have been left on, I have gotten a call, and we've gone over and turned that light off for that customer. It's as simple as that, but because it did make an impact on the other neighbors that were up. So I want to make sure that we stick to one bylaw and that it applies to everybody. But there's no uniqueness about rural. We shouldn't be saying, oh, well, you know, what if somebody has to walk across? I can tell you, you know, my husband's shop is a mile up the road, and he used to have a big bright spotlight out there, wanting to, you know, also the cameras and different things like that. That is not necessary. It actually did impact, and I worked alongside, and the same with on other properties. We've worked alongside with lighting specialists. I got way better informed, and in fact, a lot of this different lighting that is available is very, very non-intrusive. And so I just think that this should be deferred, but I also feel that we have one bylaw, and that in fact, I'm really concerned that if we're going to try to lighten up the rural properties, like allowing them more, that is not the direction that we should be going in, because quite frankly, people have lived by those bylaws for quite some time. Let's not open up a possibility that they can light things up more.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nishikawa. Councillor McIntyre, and then we'll have our poll vote.
There you go. Now we're using technology. We figured it out. So I just have one thing to say, and that is when we were listening to the people who are making deputations, particularly the professional lighting people, the one thing they said, I would say more than once, was, can we set up a working group? And it sounded like they were really interested in being a part of that working group because they care and they have the knowledge. And I think that's a suggestion that they made that we should keep in mind. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So I am now going to do this poll to see if we should defer, but I think to be fair to staff, after that, we should give them some direction about how they should be coming back. So let's do a poll on deferring it and giving some guidance. All those in favor? That looks like a significant majority. Good. So we have had a number of issues come forward. There is the question of indoor-outdoor lighting. There is question of different rules for different parts of our township, waterfront, rural, commercial. There was a few other in there. There is the idea of a working group. And then I think the mayor is suggesting that we need to give some various thought to communications with our community to perhaps change the culture of around bylaw or lighting as well. So those are the topics, and I open it up to council. I think the objective is and give Mr. Kennedy as much guidance as we can. And for sure, it's not going to be perfect and it won't be conclusive, judging by the comments. So Councillor Burry, you were first up, then I think Councillor Kent, Councillor Roberts, and we'll see what happens after that.
So if we as a council can agree that the goal is to reduce light trespass, what can we do to provide our staff with the kinds of people that can help them get to that goal? The goal is to reduce light trespass. Let's not forget, that's the goal. All of the rest of this stuff is just mumbo jumbo. The goal is to reduce light trespass, to reduce the glow, to let us see the dark sky. So, I mean, if we can help staff and help Rob, Mr. Kennedy, if we can get a small working group and this is not reinvent the wheel. This is not a 2-year project. This is let's get on it. We've had some really terrific deputations today. And let's work towards the goal and all of the things around reducing light trespass, which education is going to be, I don't know what part of it, but it's going to be somewhere north of 80%.
Councillor Kent. Well, so she stepped away. We'll go to Councillor Roberts and then come back to Councillor Kent. Oh, well, hold on, Gord. We'll let Councillor go first. Councillor Kent.
Sorry, just letting the dogs out. I agree with Councillor Burry's comment that the goal is to reduce trespass. And I think that for the majority of people with a great communication plan and support of the MLA and the other organizations that matter, you'll make a lot of progress. But the problem is the offenders are the offenders. And they're not going to change their behavior, in my opinion, because it's very clear when you drive around the lake who the offenders are. And those people are, generally have been people with new cottages on the lakefront in particular, and have put in fancy, very extensive lighting systems, whether they be lots of little lights or a couple of very big lights. And I'm worried that it's a nice idea to talk about not having any teeth in it, but I think that you have to have the teeth in order to capture the 20% that, in my opinion, are the problem. The other 80% are not. I think there's 2 other things to add, Rob, to your list. Was the, sorry, I just have my notes here, was the security camera issue and the grandfathering, the costs of grandfathering for some of the existing constituents who've put in lighting systems. And that's a real challenge, I understand, for lots of people. I think we should evaluate that and make sure we agree on that. So those are my 2 comments.
Councillor Roberts.
Sorry, my hand's not working. Through you, Chair. I've kept quiet on this, but I'm going to give 2 main points, and I agree with Councillor Burry and the mayor and a couple other people. What we really need is to define success, and what is that? And Councillor Burry suggested is to eliminate trespass, and I support that. So if there's something else, that's the very first thing. What are we trying to do? The second thing is the working committee. We've had really good response from not the 36 people that did the survey. I'm beginning to think surveys are not really worth their effort. But we got a lot of good letters in there with a lot of good suggestions from Our Muskoka, from the MRA, from private citizens. And we got to go through and see what their ideas were, and then either bring them into the definition of what our goal is going to be, and then work from there. So I'm very, very supportive, as started with I think it's Miss Brown this morning. Get the people involved, get the working group involved, and let's let the community help define this, rather than these 10 people that are there on council or committee and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, I don't want to repeat, except I do want to just ask what, there's 2 comments. First of all, I think one of the things we have to be careful of is we do have to make sure we are all aligned on what the goal is and how we get to what that goal is. And it's interesting, I was listening, I kind of went up to see what Sedona is doing as our delegates were speaking. And the purpose and intent of what they've written it is kind of nicely laid out. It talks about the small town character and the need to provide for safe lighting and to minimize light pollution, etc. So I do think we need to have something that this group could actually agree on to support whatever the possibility of how we do this. And if it's with a working group, and maybe I could ask staff for their thoughts on how we could do this in the most effective and meaningful way, because clearly you know, there's an interest from community, there's an interest from the business community, there's an interest from here, but I think we need help. So I don't know if Mr. Pink is on the line or if he may be able to help us.
Before we go to Mr. Pink, let's just have Councillor Edwards, and then David can gather his thoughts. And Mr. Zavitz, or Councillor Zavitz rather, and then we'll.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Nobody mentioned celebration lights. And the Christmas tree lights that you see strung, we've got pictures of them all over. They're not for safety. They're not for anything other than just glorified lighting up. And I think we should have limits on celebration lights, Christmas lights for a couple of weeks, and that before and after Christmas, not 365 days a year. That should be mentioned when we look at this. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, certainly acknowledging as the rest of the group is wrestling with this. It's a big issue. It's a huge issue. I know the next topic will, after we deal with this, will be bylaw enforcement and results of the last year. And in that report, down number 5 is number 4 at least is dark sky. So there's more people with dog problems with dark sky. My point is, and to illustrate, we have a bylaw, and I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. I think we need to add to it. It's a Christmas tree, it's bare, and then we put some nice ornaments, no lights, and a star at the top with no light. Point being is that I am fully in support of some sort of a working group. We have economic development committees, we have heritage committees, we have all kinds of committees. Why not a working group? We may find the same thing with short-term rental. I mean, we're going to be dealing with some incredibly weighty issues. This is huge, or it isn't. And so my point is to simplify this, which is what I was trying to do earlier with just the lakefront first, eating the elephant one bite at a time. Where is the biggest issue? The issue is on the waterfront. It is. Let's be honest. So we're dealing with that issue. I think that if we take the bylaw that we have and add to it, I don't want to drive poor Rob nuts. We hardly have any bylaw enforcement now. And I think our staff needs solid direction from us here and now as to how to proceed with this thing so that we have measurable gains. And I think a working committee would be a fine choice for our mayor to move forward and enact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zavitz. I did promise to go to Mr. Pink next. Councillor Mazin, do you have your hand up?
Nope. Sorry.
Oh, very well. Okay. Director Pink.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I've been in the dark this whole time. I think I can't help myself but just comment a little bit to Councillor Zavitz's point. I think we have taken the existing bylaw and have made, as you put, a tree and added a few ornaments on it in the bylaw, in my opinion. However, I think we've heard some excellent comments from the community, excellent discussion and comments and questions from committee members, and let staff absorb those. I think we can come back with a report to establish a working group with some clear terms of reference, obviously defining what success is, what our goal is, and we can work towards changes. I think, in my opinion, I think there are some changes. Definitely, I've made some notes throughout this discussion that we can make to address a number of the concerns we've heard. But let's get some input from those associations and various professionals in the field and come back with the results of that working group back to committee. I would, though, and to your question, I think we do have, again, clear direction, and we will get more direction as we work through this and come back. But I do want committee to be cognizant of the limited resources. And I know there is a lot of interest and demand to look at a short-term rental licensing bylaw. And I'm just wondering, I can see this dark sky bylaw becoming, again, certainly more of a larger project. Managing a working group can take on a life of its own sometimes and be a bit of a time consumer. But we've also been requested to bring a short-term rental licensing bylaw to committee's attention as soon as possible. So just hoping, I think, again, we've got some very good direction, and on the dark sky bylaw, I don't think we need to look for more. But if we could have some, I guess, some comments on priorities as to which we should devote more of the immediate energy to. As we know, we have a dark sky bylaw. I think we're generally well protected. As Mr. Kennedy pointed out, I think we'd prefer to put it in a more regulatory format as opposed to some of the language in it. But we don't have a short-term rental licensing bylaw. So perhaps more energy and priority timeline-wise could be put towards that. But again, looking for some clarity from committee as to preferences in that regard.
Councillor Nishikawa, I think you had your hand up first, then Councillor Roberts, then Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. I do have a concern about, as much as I would love to see a working group, we've been actually working on this for a while. And again, you sort of have to narrow.
Wait a sec. I think I'm on mute. How do I get that? Councillor Nishikawa, I apologize. I did not get my mute off quickly enough. Could you start from the beginning? That's my apologies.
Well, I'm concerned that in fact we are going to create a working group, a new worker group of things. I think that a lot of information came forward today, and in fact that information's already been available. Our dark sky bylaw has been working. There have been some bad actors, and it's how to deal with those particular bad actors that happen to be on the waterfront. It is actually very specific in my mind about the bad actors and the situations that we've seen over the last couple of years. And I appreciate Mr. Bornstein, for instance, the information that he has shared for quite some time on his lake. They were very informative to me. But again, I don't see that as, I don't see having to have a new bylaw, for instance, put in place. I believe that in fact, it's an interpretation of what our existing bylaw is and why, for instance, those property owners have done what they continue to do. Because I don't want a lot more staff time. I think there was enough information that came forward today that in fact if staff had the ability to review that information and then come back with some suggestions, and also suggestions from those other speakers to come forward. But I don't see a huge amount of time having to be put into this at this point, because as I said, our bylaw has been working. And in fact, many people have been very respectful in following that. And I would say the other, and I've said this for years, we have a wall outside of the building department that posters could be put up or some information that actually could be put up to identify those issues that we find as a challenge, like for instance, vegetation and dark sky and what those things look like. So it just reminds people as they're waiting in line to talk to somebody in the building department, they're actually looking and saying, oh yeah, I got to consider that. Some of those are very basic, but have impact. So as I said, I don't know that I want staff to go off for another 6 months to debate this. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts, and then Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just to offer a suggestion on priorities. I think the priorities will become loud and clear during the budget process, because Director Pink did mention not septic reinspection, short-term rentals, but there's also the recreation master plan that we want to have a priority. There's AMPs that we want to have a priority. So I think the priorities will come out loud and clear on our affordability during the budget, which we're going to do in the next couple of weeks.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. I was going to comment on the priorities, and I was actually trying to make sure I understood Councillor Nishikawa's input. We have an existing dark sky bylaw. Councillor Nishikawa, you've kind of acknowledged it has been working well. There's some outliers. We're not proposing to take that away while we enhance and redevelop a stronger one. So I assume we would continue to enforce the old one to the extent possible, unless I misunderstood something. In which case, I'm a big advocate for getting stuff right rather than getting stuff fast. And I think if we've learned something over the last few days, it's that I don't think we're there yet on the dark sky. So we need to invest the time and energy. We've had great offers from some very qualified and capable people who I think can help us get where we need to be, not just technically, but in the community. And I think we should take that offer as I hope, or I think it was intended, and get some people focused. I have no doubt that they would be available fairly quickly. Actually, I do have no idea if they would be, but I would hope they'd be available very quickly, and would make themselves available for this sort of community service. And but I really think I heard loud and clear over the last several months that short-term rental customer behavior, I'm not talking about the rental itself, the activity, but the figuring out a way to control the short-term rental issues that have come up is a huge issue, a bigger issue, one that I've heard a heck of a lot more of in the last year or two than I have about light trespass. I think that needs to become a big priority, recognizing, as Councillor Roberts has suggested, some of it's going to come down to how quickly and how much we can fund. Does that mean both are priorities? Yeah, probably.
Thank you, Mayor Kelly. Director Pink has come on, I think has some suggestions or comments, and then we'll go to Councillor McIntyre.
I'll just perhaps I appreciate that a lot of interests and concerns that we'd like to tackle a lot of projects. Perhaps certainly my earlier response of coming back with a further report in terms of reference, etc., was based on what appeared to be committee's desire or direction to go that route. Perhaps another option that we can probably try to accommodate a bit more of both projects is a little less or more of an informal path as opposed to a formal working group. You can certainly direct staff to meet with some of the individuals you heard today, various experts in the field, as well as associations that are knowledgeable on dark sky and the intents, the goals to get there and the outcomes through various tools. And we may end up coming back to council with some various options of perhaps just a more updated bylaw, but no new initiatives, or some various steps that we can use to move the bar somewhat and further. But we can certainly go about it that more informal way. Mr. Kennedy and myself can meet with various groups and come back with what we've learned and some alternatives or changes to the bylaw, as opposed to, again, establishing a whole process like we did for the official plan or Minette. That may be an easier approach, and we'll try our best to tackle both over this coming winter and spring.
Thank you very much, Director Pink. Councillor McIntyre, do you still have your hand up? Can't hear you.
There we go. Okay, the only thing I wanted to add, just really briefly, to me, the advantage of having a working group, or what the structure that Mr. Pink was just talking about, is that we can also focus on different areas. So in my experience, something like community outreach has a particular expertise, so we can get people in to talk about how can we introduce this concept to the community so that it's more acceptable. But you can do that in that kind of a structure if we not just think about the actual lighting structure, but all of the other questions that we had in this discussion. That's all I have to say.
Councillor Mazin.
Well, thank you. I think that was a wonderful segue into what I was going to suggest as well, that this working group, I think sometimes when we do things in silos or in isolation, we sometimes miss the other side of the opportunity. And a big part of what we heard today is, help us understand well, first of all, let's identify the goal. But the other part is, as we try to bring a big part of this is compliance and getting our larger community to buy into a lot of these initiatives. It is about engagement. So if it from a staff level means looking to the other departments and understanding their involvement. I'm thinking specifically our communications officer, like they should be involved at the beginning of these things so that as they're listening to the community and to, you know, there's just the composition of this working group should be contemplated. So I think I'm probably suggesting the same thing as Councillor McIntyre. Thank you.
I'm going to do a straw poll here. We've got sort of two directions, one offered by Director Pink, which is sort of an informal working group, and then it's suggested by some of the councillors that we should have perhaps a more formal one engaging various in groups, interested party from the community. Is it appropriate that I ask for a poll vote or a poll on that, on which way we want to go? Do we want to go the informal one conducted by staff, or do we want to make a more formal one? So let me just add, that's a poll. Whether we should have the poll or not. Any comments?
Sorry, can I just suggest, I wasn't suggesting to go outside of what Director Pink was recommending, Councillor.
No, I know that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, it wasn't because of what you said. It's just there have been some suggestions that we should have a more formal group versus an informal group. Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm sorry, your question was requiring more conversation, and I didn't really want to get into that. Mostly, if the question was asked, do you support what Councillor or what Director Pink is asking, then I would have put my thumb up. So I need a more specific question, not two questions, I guess.
Yeah. All right, I don't know how to pose this as one question. We have an option one of a formal process, option two as a informal one done by the director. All those in favor of there's a poll. Those who think option one, the formal one, raise your hand. Informal one by Director Pink. I think you've got your directions there, Director Pink. So I think we have agreed to a deferral, and we have done, I hope, a satisfactory job for Director Pink so that he can do his work. Are there any other closing comments? Otherwise, we shall move on to the next item. Seeing none.
Could we have a break, please?
Yes, excellent idea. Seems I don't be needing a break today, and so thank you for your guidance, folks. About what's the tradition? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Don't want to get in trouble again. 10 minutes. 10 minutes after 3. All right, committee, if we could all turn our cameras back on so that we know you're there. Thank you very much. We're resuming at 3:10 as promised. We have no unfinished business, but we do have some new business from Director Pink, a report from Mr. Pink and on his year-end statistics. So if you could go ahead with that, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a report on the agenda for committee. It begins on page 263. The building division and the bylaw division are both required to report statistics through the various legislations or policy and procedure manual. But I do like to update committee on planning and economic development initiatives as well, typically at the beginning of the year on last year's stats. I won't go through obviously all the numbers. I think the report is fairly self-explanatory. The numbers are there for your review, and we're here to answer any questions on those. But I think it's suffice to say all areas have had a busy 2022. What I would point out in the benchmarking section, some interesting statistics from MPAC that we just recently received. And it's quite notable, some of the growth that we see in the obviously seasonal properties in our township relative to other municipalities across the province, significantly greater as well. Not just seasonal properties, but growth in general for communities under 15,000 people. Again, so quite a busy 2022. And I would point out under the continuous improvement section that we did do a lot of work in 2022, not just on day-to-day activities such as bylaw complaints, planning applications, building permits, etc. But a number of special projects were undertaken. And those were really, I know for those returning counselors, I know you recall a number of those projects and the amount of work and effort that went into them. And I just do have to add that as much as there was a lot of heavy lifting and some great work to get a number of policies or programs in place, implementation of those policies or enforcement of those bylaws, for example, e-permitting or the sewage system reinspection program by building staff, or again, enforcement of new bylaws by bylaw staff, creation now of the zoning bylaw by planning staff. That implementation work that now we're undertaking will be likely more significant than the work undertaken to put them in place. And I think committee should be cognizant of that great work, and I hope it will continue. So with that, I'll leave it at that, and I'm available to answer any questions on last year's activity. Thank you.
Questions from committee? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. Really an interesting report, and certainly some of the documentation about 2022, 2021. To Councillor Roberts' earlier comment, I know that we come to budget, and I'm going to be an advocate of an additional bylaw enforcement officer. I want to use this soapbox to just simply state that while the numbers were down a little bit from 22 or from 21, 22, I think everything we've talked about today just reinforces the need for that scrutiny by the township. And so I'm going to be very supportive of that over the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. This is just a very, this might not be the right spot for this question, but I just appreciated the report from the septic team. I suspect those were our summer students who wrote that report. Is that correct, Director Pink?
That's correct.
And one of the things that they did note in it is, or what I noted, is just the sheer amount of issue with vegetation around a lot of the septic. Like that seems to be the single biggest driver of a lot of the issues. Is that correct?
That's definitely been our experience over the years. That's correct.
So it would seem that that could be a really interesting place from an education standpoint to help people proactively even understand what that means. And so I'm just putting that thought out there that I know that there's a lot of great work that gets done, and they noted it, that they're getting better even every time when you're physically in with somebody. but it just seems like it would be an interesting place. And my recollection from a report a few years ago is there's a certain kind, I think it's like Japanese knotweed or something. I can't remember what it was, but there was something that was the way the roots went. And I just put this back into your hands to say, how do we help people get better understanding as to what the primary issue would be? You don't need to answer it, or maybe you can.
Through the chair, I think what I can say is keep in mind the current septic reinspection program is done predominantly by 2 seasonal students and captures about anywhere, usually around 400, anywhere from usually 300 to 500 properties per summer. So you may not capture or get that education out to the community as much, but keep in mind the new program that council has now passed that we'll start implementing next year. It really will put a much greater proportion of the community on a regular cycle and frequency of inspections by actually qualified engineering firms potentially. So I think the word will spread on matters like that. And so I think that will be assistance. And I forgot the type of vegetation as well. Mr. Snyder's on the call, he probably knows it.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Just to follow what Councillor Mazan was talking about. It was interesting. I was involved with a septic redevelopment. I'll just call it that. And in fact, the client actually chose to put in, I would say, the best Waterloo system available. What an eye-opener for me. And I've been involved with septics for years, but there's a lot to know about those systems and how great they can be, but also how you can fail those systems. So I embarked, I wasn't getting the answers from the municipality about vegetation and the different plantings that could go around. This is a huge system, I would say. But also the customer, they wanted to do it right. And we actually couldn't find those answers. So then I approached a landscape architect who did work in the area as well. And she was tremendous. And between Sandy Boss and this company, I became much better educated, but I also know that, in fact, we were hoping to bring a paper to the municipality once all of the plantings, and they won't be completed until the spring, but there was a lot of information that I gained, and that I hope that we're going to bring that forward through, again, through Sandy Boss. And anytime anyone has any questions or concerns, he's a wealth of knowledge that we should be, using. And as I said, some of these systems are very, very, very complicated, and even understanding, for instance, our backwash systems that we have when people put water softeners in, and the impacts of how they affect a septic system. I knew that they were eating away, for instance, a concrete tank, but I didn't have the full understanding of how, in fact, they also don't allow a system to properly function. So I'm just saying that so much information can be brought forward, and I hope it does come forward in the next few months. Thank you.
Councillor Burry.
Yeah, terrific report, David and staff. The interesting part with septic is we talk about a septic system. And Sandy will educate those of us that don't know. There's actually 2 pieces here. There's the septic tank, and then there's the tile bed. And vegetation doesn't affect the septic tank unless you're letting stuff grow into your concrete tank. But it does affect your tile bed. And once again, I think that we've got an opportunity to help all of our constituents understand through education about the septic tank, and maybe we can leverage off some of the MLA stuff, but there's 2 pieces to it. The one is your septic tank health, and any engineer that or contractor that's putting a backwash system through the septic tank is nuts, and should probably have their license revoked. because the only thing going through the septic tank should be, you know, black water and potentially gray water. And if you want to get really advanced, you can do gray water and purple water outside of the septic tank. But, you know, that's a whole different piece. But, you know, having a tile bed, but Rob, like, these are the issues that are important to our residents.
I understand.
And, you know, we've got a septic tank inspection, and lots of people don't even understand what we're inspecting and why we're inspecting it, and how it's correlated to water health. So, and to separate the fact that you've got a septic tank and a tile bed, which are completely different, but totally dependent on each other. So I'm sorry I get on these tirades, but this is the piece that for my constituents, for many of the people in the township, they don't get, they don't understand, they don't know why we're on it, and we can help them. That's our job.
Fair point. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Pink? If not, I have one. I was curious as to whether you have any measurement about how the building departments and the planning departments, if they have any measurements on how those making applications, how satisfied they are with the process. And other, you know, in corporate parlance, do you have any customer survey measurements that allow you to know how happy or unhappy your clients are with you?
For you, we don't do any formal sort of exit survey or other than just anecdotal comments we receive. To be frank, probably a lot of their perception of the process rests in your hands and the decision you make at the end of it. But just anecdotally speaking, I think a number of applicants are appreciative and do note they appreciate our assistance. As Councillor Burry just pointed out, a lot aren't familiar with the planning or the building process. They just know they want to build a garage or a boathouse. And I commend my staff for, I think what I've always liked about working here was that customer service piece. I can't say I built in Toronto or Mississauga or anywhere, but what I like here, you can come in and speak to someone and they will help you and hold your hand as you go through the process. And we've had a lot of comments that they appreciate it. Is every applicant happy? Maybe not. But that goes sometimes with the job, but we do our best to help each applicant as best we can, and I hope they appreciate it.
Thank you for that. One more call for any more questions or comments. If not, I'll ask Director Pink, who has next item also on the general information item on the agenda, if you could go ahead with that.
Thank you. I'm not sure if we touched on this last month, but there are, under general information in your agenda packages, there are a couple items that we put regularly on. They're really there as a link for committee members so that you're aware of other ongoing activity that's either been delegated to staff or other processes such as the Ontario Land Tribunal. They're really there as placeholders in the agenda. If any member has any question about perhaps an OLT matter, what used to happen in the past, there may have been the desire to ask a question, but because it wasn't on the agenda, clerks or the procedure bylaw wouldn't allow it to be spoken to. So we've placed this as a placeholder on the agenda. If any committee member in the future has a question about an OLT matter that they have, perhaps the status of one, has a decision been made and they wish to speak to it or ask a question, it's there on the agenda so that you can raise it. And it is a hyperlink to the OLT website. You can navigate to each individual municipality and see all the ongoing files at the OLT and the status of them. So you can do that research on your own, and certainly staff are here also to answer any questions. So those are those 14A, B, and C.
Any questions or comments for Director Pink? Being none, we only have one more item left on the agenda, and that is.
Did you ask them about new business?
No, sorry. Thank you. Clerk has reminded me, is there any new business? By seeing none, then let's move on to the final. Councillor Burry.
I'm not sure if it's new business and I'm not sure if it's appropriate, but I'm going to come back to use of boathouses because it seems to be an ongoing issue. And I'm looking for some clarification from staff over permitted uses of a one-story boathouse versus a two-story boathouse, whether you own the land underneath your boathouse, whether you lease the land under your boathouse, whether you're squatting, and what our rules are, the district rules, and the province of Ontario regulations. And if it's not appropriate, I'll write an email. But I think there's various pieces there. We've got our official plan. Our official plan hasn't been ratified by the district. I think the district's going to have some issues with use in the floodplain. And I'm not trying to sneak up on David, and I'm supporting Director Pink and his staff. I'm just trying to get some clarification around, because it is a very complicated piece, which appears to be at the root cause of many of the planning issues that come to this committee when it involves a boathouse.
Thank you, Councillor Burry. I will indulge this, and Mr. Pink says he can answer it, but if it does get into a lot of complexity, I would suggest that you move it offline with.
I'm thinking this.
Let's have a run at it right now.
I think we may need a report, because there's pieces in the Ontario regulation.
Report or training.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, I'll do my best to answer what I believe the question was, but feel free, as again, to clarify or follow up with a supplemental. But really, starting at the district and township official plan, we do permit boathouses over water. From what I understand, we're one of the few municipalities that do allow habitable space in the second story of a boathouse across Ontario. That is somewhat unique, and I think you have some foreshadowing there that the province at some point may look into that, or likely have, and question the appropriateness in floodplains of continuing to permit that use. But again, let's perhaps leave that for broader discussion for another day. Our zoning bylaw does allow, again, the two-story boathouses on the big three lakes. It does allow single-story boathouses on category 2 lakes, and allows only docks over water on our category 3 or small or remote lakes. When it comes to the permitted uses within, we do allow, as we heard earlier today on one of the applications, in the first story of a boathouse, we do allow a sauna, a washroom, and a mechanical room. I believe cumulatively no more than 100 square feet in size, so the owner can divvy that up. And the rest of the boathouse must be one large open room for marine boats and marine-related storage only. There's actually a previous interim control bylaw, I believe approximately 10 years ago, when this issue, it's been an ongoing issue about the use of a first story, has been ongoing for decades here likely. It was an interim control bylaw about 10 years ago, where the fix, after the planning study was done, the fix was thought to be change the zoning bylaw to require the first story to only be one large room. Because what we were starting to see about 15 years ago was the first story partitioned into multiple rooms. And we thought that would fix it. Community is always one step ahead of us. Now we're seeing a broader issue, and as we've talked many times, we'll come back and try to solve the issue. In the second story, if you are permitted a second story, you can have a sleeping cabin. That's really the only use we allow in the second story. It is, again, a sleeping cabin, as we heard, is essentially can be habitable space. You can have plumbing, you can have a washroom, you can have a wet bar, just no cooking facility. That's the definition of a kitchen. So you wouldn't be able to have a stove or an oven, but you can have beds, washroom, plumbing, and you are allowed some covered area. And again, depending on the lake you're on, the frontage that you have, the bylaw will allow a certain size, 300 to 400 feet are the big numbers. When it comes to the provincial regulations, my understanding of their requirements, they permit without a land use permit, again, similar to our first story of a zoning bylaw, marine related storage and boats. And I don't believe you require any approvals or permits from them. However, if you have any type of habitable use, whether that's again in the second story, or perhaps a legal non-conforming habitable use in the first story from long ago, you either do lease that land from them, acquire the lake bed from them, or obtain a land use permit to allow that use above Crown Lake bed. And again, my understanding, I stand to be corrected, but I don't believe currently the practice of the province is to refuse the issuance of said requests. They will issue it again, and that's something our building staff will check that box before they issue a building permit for a permitted habitable use above water. They will ensure that those, again, provincial requirements are met before they're able to issue the building permit. And again, that would be typically for a two-story boathouse, because the permit today would not allow, again, habitable space in the first story. So again, I don't know if I hope that helps, I guess, answer your question on the strict regulations. I think what we've raised a number of times is, I think staff have looked and recognized there is a concern in the community, and the building permits that we're seeing be issued about the potential of the use of the first story for some habitable space as well. And a prior term of council has discussed at length various tools and options to control that use, prohibit that use, etc. And staff will return with that matter, or it potentially could be rolled into the zoning bylaw review. Depends how timing and resources go. I see Mr. Snyder come in. He's probably going to clarify me on some technicality of the exact building permit process. So I appreciate that, Mr. Snyder. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I just wanted to build on what David was saying. Just a little bit of clarification that a single-story boathouse with a washroom in the lower level would require land use permit or agreement to acknowledge that use on the lower level, as well as any subsidiary use on the upper levels, just to clarify.
Gentlemen, that was terrific. That's the best I've heard it described yet.
And you heard it here, the Township of Muskoka Lakes.
Well, no, I mean, now we can point people to this and give them the start time and the end time. And I think that both Mr. Pink and Mr. Snyder did a really good job of it. And I can tell you that 99% of the folks out there have no idea.
Appreciate that. I would have done my hair if I knew we were going to rewatch it.
I'll warn you next time.
All right, folks, I have a resolution here. Be it resolved that the planning I'm sorry, moved by Councillor McIntyre. You here, yes. Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the planning committee meeting adjourn at 3:33 p.m. and the next regular planning committee meeting will be held on Thursday, February the 16th, 2023 at 9 a.m. electronically from the council chambers, municipal offices in Port Carling. All those in favor? Any opposed? That tarries, and good afternoon, everybody. Enjoy your weekend.